This is now we are official. We are online. Maybe in a few minutes we will be on the YouTube also. So all the official statements you can make it, like we can have our discussion separately later on. Good morning to all the participants. We are going to start in a few minutes. So please bear with us. Maybe we will wait for one more minute and then we will start the sessions. Okay. Good morning, everybody, and good afternoon to our colleagues from Singapore. My name is Imani Kumar. I'm the Deputy Secretary General with ICLEI Local Governments for Sustainability. This is a city association all over the world, and we have offices around 24 offices around the world. And I'm happy that we are also have offices in South Asia, in Delhi, and we are closely working with Bhutan, Royal Government of Bhutan, and also with a few cities in the Bhutan. Welcome to the KASpaces Bhutan webinar. This is jointly organized by Konrad Adenauer Foundation and ICLEI Local Governments for Sustainability of South Asia. This is part of the series of webinars which both of us as organizers are doing that. In South Asia, this is the third in the row. we have already completed Sri Lanka and India, and Bhutan is the third event in the 10 national webinars which we are planning, which we have planned and going on. And 2 more in the South Asia. We have by end of this month, we have Bangladesh and Nepal is also going to take place. And tomorrow we have event in Philippines. And I'm happy that we have partnered with the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. I'll just give it to the director from KAF in a few minutes, but I just want to thank our speakers today for the first session. I'm happy that we have Mayor, we have the Minister, Mr. Dorji sharing is the Ministry for Works and Human Settlements, Royal Government of Bhutan is with us. And I'm also happy that Mr. Tashi Dawa, Director, Road Safety and Transport Authority, Ministry of Information and Communications, Royal Government of Bhutan is also with us with this session. With this opening remarks, I will just want to invite Mr. Christian Ashley. He's the Director PDA from the Konrad Adenauer Foundation from Singapore, who is partnering with us. We are partnering with KAF. Thank you, Mr. Christian, for joining us with us today for this session. And I just want to hand it over to you, the floor, for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Imani. Honorable Minister Dorji Chering, Honorable Dasho Benji Dorji, Mr. Tashi Dawa, and Mr. Imani Kumar, estimated speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big pleasure for me to welcome you all on behalf of the regional program Political Dialogue Asia of Konrad Adenauer Foundation based in Singapore to today's webinar, KASpaces in Bhutan, on the development of sustainable cities and the question of how we can reach the sustainable development goals. Konrad Adenauer Foundation is a German political foundation. We are active in over 100 countries worldwide, working on questions of democracy, rule of law, human rights, innovation, security, and the sustainable development goals. And as Mr. Imani has mentioned, since a few weeks, we are implementing the webinar series KASpaces on sustainable cities. We are looking into different countries in the region, how they deal with the challenges that are posed by the sustainable development goals, how they find solutions to make their cities more livable spaces, how they deal with questions of internal migration, questions of climate change that can be met from a city level. And I think so far we have had very insightful discussions. At the end of the year, we are planning to bring all the knowledge from these national webinars together in a regional webinar. And I would like to already invite you to also join us for this webinar, which will most likely take place in November. Today, we are looking into the situation in Bhutan, and it really gives me great pleasure to be with speakers and audience from Bhutan. I think the country deserves much more visibility in the Asian context. I think we can all learn a lot from the policies that are implemented in Bhutan, in particular when it comes to sustainable development. The country is, of course, challenged by its natural setup. And so I think it's very clear that the royal government of Bhutan is thinking ahead on how to make sure that the country can develop without danger of natural catastrophes and such. I believe that we have a wonderful roster of speakers today, which is very much in the sense of KASpaces, bringing together representatives from government, from policy making, from academia, and from civil society. And we hope that throughout the program today, all of these voices will be heard. We believe that it's very important to hear different perspectives, in particular under the guideline, under the headline of the Sustainable Development Goals of leaving nobody behind. So we really want to get a wholesome look at the whole country, at how cities are dealing with the challenges that I already named during my welcome remarks. I would like to thank, in particular, the team of ICLE, led by Imani Kumar, for the wonderful cooperation that we have been enjoying so far throughout all the webinars, and again for establishing so many new connections for us in Bhutan. Thank you very much for the very wonderful, trustful cooperation that we have, and for your professional approach in setting up all these webinars. I would also like to thank my colleague Miga Sama, who's our program manager for Sustainable Development Goals, based in Singapore as well, who has put a lot of effort into bringing up the idea of KASpaces and rolling out these webinars across the region. And most importantly, I would like already to thank all the speakers, the experts, for the readiness to share their expertise, share their insights. I would like to thank the audience. I hope we will all have a very insightful discussion and a good morning. Thank you so much, and back to you, Imani.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley, for giving the opening remarks. As Mr. Ashley has said, that we are interested to learn from Bhutan. Actually, whatever the whatever the good practices are happening in the country of Bhutan on the Sustainable Development Goals. So we want to learn from you, sir, from all of you as speakers from Bhutan. And at the same time, we also want to learn what challenges you faced in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. So that's the main objective of this particular webinar today. As Mr. Ashley also said, that we want to bring together all the Asia Pacific countries, maybe 10 countries at this time, which we were following up through a regional webinar later in the year to exchange information between various countries. So it's national webinars, which we are doing that, and we also want to do a regional webinar later in the year on that. As I already said, we have 2 more workshops coming up, Nepal on 27th of July in this month, and we also have a Bangladesh one on 29th of July. And I just want to give you an invitation to all of you, whoever are participated here. If your time permits, we are happy to share the links of these webinars and request you also to join that event. The next slide. We have the session today. This is the opening session till for 11 o'clock Bhutan time. And then we have 3 technical sessions, one on the sustainable urban development and internal migration, and then urban climate resilience and sustainable transport. These are the 3 technical sessions which we will have. And finally, we will have a closing session where we want to reflect all the learnings, what we are going to share through this webinar today. So that's the session agenda today. Next one. As we already said, that we just want to hear from all of you the issues and collaborative framework from the Bhutanese cities and subnational authorities in the implementation of sustainable urban development SDG goals within this country. Promotion of collaboration and cooperation between various stakeholders. That's what I already said that, and Mr. Christian already mentioned. We want to learn from you. We want to listen from you and see what is happening in the country of Bhutan. And build capacities of various stakeholders. So it's not just only one way. It's also see that how we can help you, we can support you in improving the implementation in your country, and looking for the best practices on the sustainable urban development, especially the SDG 11, which is more important because also during this pandemic now, as COVID pandemic is happening on that. So this is the objective of the webinar. I just want to ask each one of you, if you're not speaking, we request you to please mute your mic. We also have a chat function open for all of you. If you want to ask any question to any of the speakers, request you to please put it under chat or Q&A. We also, if you want to raise your hand, there is in the laptop in your screen, there is a raise hand option with you. You can also ask any question. Once you raise, maybe the moderator will call you to give on that. So with this, what I just want to ask is, we have more than 100 participants already with this seminar. I request the Honorable Minister, Mr. Dorji Shering, to give his opening remarks on that. Minister, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Imani. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Directors, executive directors, professors, advisors, distinguished speakers, and other national and international participants. Good morning and good afternoon to you all. I welcome you all to this very important webinar. Let me also thank the organizers, ICLEI South Asia and KAS Singapore, for inviting me to the KASpaces Bhutan webinar. I express my acknowledgement for successfully organizing this international webinar, focusing on a very pertinent topic, that is sustainable solutions of urban development. Sustainable cities and sustainable communities is a dream of the governments across the globe. But the realization of this dream has been ever more crucially felt at the face of this present pandemic. Sir, even in Bhutan, our objectives of the present 5-year plan is to achieve more sustainable society. And interestingly, like 17 SDG goals, we also have 17 goals known as national key result areas. The livability, safety, and the sustainability of the cities and communities is one key objective of the present 5-year plan. With the good experiences and the bad experiences that we have got due to the COVID-19 pandemic, let me say, unfortunately or fortunately, we are once again encountering the crossroads of our planning. Taking advantage of these experiences that we have got, and also keeping in mind the bad experiences that we went through, it is time to redefine the parameters of sustainable cities and communities. As we recover back, as we rebound back from the pandemic, and as we prepare for the post-pandemic era, it is important to channelize our energy into reconceptualizing what is resilient and sustainable societies. A society which is economically sustainable, an urban society which is climatically resilient and green, an urban society which is safe and livable. And I here see a better collaboration and cooperation both at national and international level as the only fundamental ground on which we will build up our resilient and sustainable cities and communities. Sir, congratulations to the organizers. You all have brought together many key actors at this right time, at this crossroads, through these webinars to realize our dreams. We have also learned that you have got many other webinars in other countries. So with this, let me once more thank the organizers for timely organizing such a very important webinars, focusing on the very important topics, which is the need of ours. And I wish you, the organizers, the participants, the distinguished speakers, a very successful day. And also, you also have other webinars in other countries, and we wish to attend those webinars as well. And we really wish you a very successful webinar. With this, have a nice day to you all, and thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your kind words. I think we completely agree with your point. This is the time that we should learn from each other. I think that is the main objective also of our webinar, sir. And we have so many distinguished speakers and experienced people in today's webinar. So let us have more discussion and see how we can learn from each other. I think that's the main point which you are bringing that up, especially, I think, especially during this pandemic time. We learned a lot, Minister, from your country on the gross national happiness. Thanks to your king and all the people in Bhutan for your warm welcome, warm love, and happiness, how communities can live happily, which you have shown for so many years. That is a mantra all over the world, which people are looking for. And I hope we will learn more in today's webinar from all the speakers who are going to speak here. Thank you, Minister, for your time. I know that your busy schedule, but thanks a lot for joining us today, sir, with your kind words already. Thank you, sir. We have also Mr. Tashi Dawa, Director, Road Safety and Transport Authority, Ministry of Information and Communication, Royal Government of Bhutan with us. So I'll just hand over the floor to Mr. Tashi Dawa. Sir, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, and good morning. Honorable Minister Limpo, Dasho Paljuje Doji, affectionately referred to as Dasho Benji here in Bhutan. Mr. Kumar from ICLEI and Kristen from KAS Singapore, other distinguished participants to the of this webinar. On behalf of the Road Safety and Transport Authority, I bring to you good wishes from all of us here at the authority. Also, thank you very much for conducting this webinar and allowing us to participate in this sustainable surface transport, urban transport system in the country. My colleague Sita would be later presenting on sustainable urban transport in Bhutan. But for now, just to set the context, I would like to say that as we know, availability of efficient and affordable transport system is one of the prerequisites of socio-economic development anywhere in the world. And more so for a nation like Bhutan, landlocked nation like Bhutan, which, I mean, when we have no other alternatives, such as the alternate modes, like you have in other countries like railways, airways, waterways. For Bhutan, road transport is in fact the lifeline of socio-economic development in the country. Similarly, in our pursuit of our goals of gross national happiness, especially in the area of equitable socio-economic development, surface transport is one of the key areas, and the Royal Government has been placing great emphasis on development of road transport in the country through the program called the Last Mile Connectivity. So in a way, what we're trying to do through this is try to connect every cluster of human settlement in the country through road connectivity so that our people have access to safe, equitable, affordable, and reliable surface transport in the country. But as you would know, for like any other developing countries, transport system in Bhutan is far from sustainable. We have every year, if you look at the vehicle numbers in the country today, we have reached about 112,000 vehicles in the country. Between 25 to 30 new vehicles hit the road every single day. And if you look at the population to vehicle ratio, it is roughly one vehicle for every 7 people in the country, 7 individuals in the country, which even by global standards is quite high. So all of these increasing number of vehicles on an everyday basis, on an annual basis, is increasing, leading to traffic congestion. It's leading to pollution, and also leading to various other socioeconomic implications that you would know. Further, if you look at the emission, despite our pledge and therefore our efforts at the conservation of our environment, about 60% of emission in the energy sector, amounting to about 3,98,829 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, for example, in 2019 was from the transport sector. So that would mean by 2050, this from the transport sector emission would come to about 1.25 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, right? Similarly, fossil fuel, import of fossil fuel is leading to about 10.148 billion in terms of outflow of capital to service the cars in the country because we need to import the fossil fuel. By 2035, studies have shown that this is likely to increase to about 139.1 million liters of gasoline and about 316.8 million liters of diesel, if the growth of vehicle population in the country continues as it is today. This would, for a small economy like Bhutan, this will not only exert pressure on our foreign reserve and foreign, reserve, but also lead to huge implications, not only in terms of sustainable development, but in terms of human health and the cost thereof. Therefore, towards this, the royal government has initiated various reforms. One of the reform, as you may know, is through the GF-assisted project of low-emission sustainable urban transport system in the country. That is replacing about 300 fossil fuel ICE vehicles with electric vehicles. This is an ongoing project initiated by the royal government. And through this project, we are also in the process of installing about 25 charging stations, 15 number of DC fast charging, and about 10 numbers of 22 kilowatt of charging stations. We would be prioritizing based on vehicle population about 15 locations for now, but we would also roll out these charging stations in the rest of the country in the next 1-2 years. Similarly, under the UNIDO project of promoting green electric mobility, e-mobility, we would very soon be, through our municipal office, be very soon introducing true electric buses, city buses. And similarly, this project is funded by UNIDO at the cost of about 505,000 euros, which is finalized. Similarly, the construction of a 4-lane highway within the city in Thimphu, here in Thimphu, is underway, which would lead to the introduction of a BRT system in the city. This is primarily, again, the royal government's effort at the decongestion, at encouraging people to take public transport as opposed to everybody having to drive to work in their own cars. And also, we are hopeful that this would go a long way in ensuring promotion of sustainable transport in the country. Similarly, the city bus services that is operated by the municipality, the Thomde office here, would be adding additional additional buses to their fleet, which would mean that by the end of this year, we would have it is tailored in such a way that by every 10 minutes, there would be a city bus going from one location to another. That would, again, the idea is to encourage our office goers and our general population in the cities to take passenger transport as opposed to individual cars. Like I said, the effects and therefore the target goals are multifaceted: emission decongestion, emission reduction, reduction in the cost, economic cost, as such as the import of fossil fuel in the country. Like I said earlier, we are also trying, as the surface transport country in the transport authority in the country, through our royal government's directive, to ensure that we connect every single geogs, the counties in the country, with passenger transport through this project called the last mile connectivity. As you would know and appreciate that, like most countries, transport operators, because passenger transport operation in Bhutan is privatized. Therefore, not many private operators come forward as far as connecting to operating transport to less economically viable regions in the country as are concerned. Therefore, through the royal government's initiative, we are promoting what is known as the cross-subsidization model of passenger transport, wherein economically viable routes are bundled with routes that are not very economically viable, that can be operated by a group or an individual operator. So the royal government has been very clear about ensuring equitable socio-economic development of all regions of our country. And like I said earlier, surface transport is one of the prerequisites towards this end. I thank you to the organizers for allowing me to speak for a few minutes. It's been a pleasure and it's an honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Mr. Tashi Dawa, for your opening remarks here. I completely agree with you, sir. If you can't connect, if you can't provide transport to each and every community in the country, then forget about the development. I think this is a major factor for any country's development, either surface transport or all other transport, other transport modes. We are also happy, sir, through our organization, we are instrumental a little bit through UNDP and previous in Thimphu city in studying the transportation needs and how what type of buses and how we can support you on that. So I'm happy that maybe under the new leadership of the new mayor in Thimphu city, things will move further and each and every one will benefit out of the activities. I'm surprised that you're looking for 300 electric buses. Not even any Indian city as yet we have that many buses. Forget about even Delhi on that. So
just to correct, Mr. Kumar, it's 300 electric taxis and 2 electric buses, not 300 electric buses.
Oh, okay, sir. Thank you for correcting me on that. So all the best, sir, for your initiatives under your leadership and also the King's leadership. I hope you will achieve many more milestones on that. So if it is not a problem, I request whoever can switch on your cameras. Maybe we can have a group photo at this time. and then we will close the first opening session, and then we will get into the technical sessions on that. So just for a minute, maybe if everybody can open your cameras, we are happy to, my team happy to click a photograph of as a group photo, which we will use it in our social media and also in our reports on that. Okay, I hope everybody has switched on your cameras. Sashi or Subhi, Keshav, can you just take a photo and inform us once you finish? Done?
Yes, we have taken.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all. This is just a closing of the first session. I have seen that we have 130 participants already. So I will just hand it over to my colleague. Maybe before I hand it over, one word, we also have Honorable Mr. Dasho Benji Dorji with us. Sir, you want to make one statement now before we get into your session?
No, why don't we wait till my session? Because if I start talking now, I'll never stop there. I'll never end. So it was very nice to listen to Honorable Minister, to our Honorable Director from the RSTA. Thank you very much. Wish you all success in your programs, your respective programs.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So I'll just hand it over to my colleague, Ms. Soumya Chaturvedula, who will take forward the next session. Soumya, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumar. Good morning, everybody. I'm Soumya Chaturvedula from Italy, South Asia. Happy to be moderating today's session on sustainable urban development and internal migration. We were having a very short discussion yesterday while preparing for this webinar, and one of the challenges in Bhutan right now, one of the great challenges in Bhutan right now is migration to urban areas. Especially in the context of the pandemic, we've been told that the shift that's coming from the rural to the urban and the challenge in the provision of services in the urban spaces is something of great concern, both to the city government as well as the national government, obviously. So this is something that we would like to discuss today in the context of the sustainable development goals. And so we are very happy to invite today two speakers, Mr. Kado Zangpo, who is the Director of the Department of Local Governance from the Ministry of Home and Cultural Affairs, and Ms. Yangchen Lamo, who's the Senior Urban Planner from the Regional and Rural Development and Ministry of Works and Human Settlements, Royal Government of Bhutan. We'll hear from both speakers and then hear impressions from Professor Thupten Sonam and also Mr. Ugyen Tenzin on the aspects of urban migration, the achievement of sustainable development goals and the challenges therein. Very briefly I think if you would allow me 2 minutes, I would just like to give you a sense of where Bhutan is right now on the achievement of the sustainable development goals. We've heard of the 17 key result areas that the Honorable Minister had alluded to, and also the focus in the fifth five-year plan on livability, safety, and sustainability, which is kind of the mantra of development in Bhutan right now. So in that context, just to see where we are on the SDGs, of course, we know all of this. I don't go into this, but I think the crux is on leaving no one behind. And especially from the context of migration, this assumes great importance of how do we service, how do we provide for the migrants who are coming into our cities. So we'll see in subsequent slides that in Bhutan, we are seeing the shift from the east to the west, and of course to Thimphu, basically, which is the prime urban agglomeration in Bhutan. So in this context, if you look at the achievement of the SDGs, if I can have the next slides, please. We, yeah, so basically on the SDGs, every country we know selects its goals based on its own context, based on its requirements, and then there is the monitoring that happens at the national level and hopefully at the city level, where there are voluntary reports on the achievement of the SDGs. This is something that is still catching up in South Asia, doesn't happen too often at the local level, but the national level reporting is always there. Where if we look at what's happening, the profile of the achievement of SDG goals in Bhutan, if I can please get up that slide, we tend to see that, the next slide, please. We tend to see that from the index point of view, from the achievement of the SDGs, Bhutan, if I can have the next slide, that gives the profile, the next one as well. That would give the profile of Bhutan's SDGs. Yeah, the next slide, please. So what we are seeing is we have approximately, the index shows that Bhutan has achieved, is 70% there in achieving its key result areas on the SDGs. There are these challenges on migration, which we are seeing, where, like I said, there is this migration coming to the Thimphu urban area. And given this challenge, it is quite significant to note that Bhutan is, the next slide, please. Bhutan is already there in terms of achieving its SDG goals. Though the index ranking shows 75 from the 165 countries that were surveyed, this was by the UN. They've just put out their Sustainable Development Report in 2021. The index scoring is, which is important. So they've looked at the achievement of the goals across 90 indicators, and the index scoring for Bhutan is 70%. So this is what I wanted to draw your attention to. While the challenges exist, we are seeing significant progress in terms of achieving the SDG goals, and that is really heartening. We focus primarily, of course, on the sustainable cities and communities because of the migration issues, and there also we are seeing, for example, if you look at the access to improved water sources, piped water sources, there is a significant improvement here. We don't see significant challenges in terms of the air pollution. In terms of the climate action itself, we are seeing a reduction of carbon dioxide emissions, which are embodied in imports, and we are seeing one thing that we are seeing is that the CO2 emissions from fossil fuel combustion and cement production is going up, and but this is again the development story that contributes to this. So while there is scope for increased action in the space of reducing emissions from the transport sector, from the cement sector, this is something that also goes hand in hand with our development story. So this is the key picture that we are seeing from Bhutan, but this is from international reports, and this is from our understanding. We would like to hear from the experts on ground. So I would like to invite our speakers today to speak to us. And so Mr. Kado Zangpo, if I may kindly invite you to speak to us on what your thoughts are, what the challenges are, and how you successfully tackled internal migration issues in Bhutan, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Probably I'll not talk much on migration as data itself speaks. So in the interest of time, I think I'll directly jump into the few points that I'd like to share for this webinar. So in Bhutan, I think if you look at the history, the successive monarchs here in Bhutan always place great importance on the people's participation in the management of their own well-being. I think that has been through various successive monarchs, that importance has been placed. And today now, I think this vision of our monarchs have been, I think, well captured in the constitution of the Kingdom of Bhutan, whereby it says the main purpose of local government, of which Thomde or the municipalities is a part of local government, is to facilitate direct participation of the people in the development and management of their own well-being. However, I think in almost all the cities or municipalities, without exception here in Bhutan, my thinking is that we have been placing importance in the infrastructure, especially in terms of how buildings should be built, how roads should be constructed, and not much emphasis has been given on the residents of the Thomdes or the cities who are who have been dwelling on them. For instance, I myself have now lived in this city for over more than 20 years as an adult. And yet I don't remember attending any decision making or any governance aspect of the Thomde whereby we have been informed or consulted. So therefore, I think it's of paramount importance from the Department of Local Government that now the Thomdes should focus more on taking people on board with them so that our Thomdes become sustainable to not only live, but I think it becomes sustainable to finance and then I think progress. Can I, next slide, please. If you go to my next slide, I think the local government's purpose or the objective of local government, apart from direct participation of the people, I think it's also to ensure provision of services to the communities in a sustainable manner. And to do this, I think we can go to next slide. To do this in Bhutan, we have an age-old. In fact, Bhutan is historically, if you look at Bhutanese society, it has been historically a democratic society. And therefore, we have something called as Zomdu, which is a community engagement platform. And then today, I would like to propose that Zomdu as a means to facilitate direct participation of people be introduced in the Thomdes. So that would be my argument for today's presentation. Can you move to the next slide? So what is Zomdu? So Zomdu is a Bhutanese form of democracy reflecting the best of historic culture and local practice. This has been actually recently come out in an article written by Dr. Brian C. Shaw, a professor in one of the Hong Kong universities. But the interesting point is he has been attending the National Assembly of Bhutan since 1980. So I think he has been following the progress of democracy here in Bhutan. So he has written Zomdu as a Bhutanese form of democracy. Zomdu is an open forum for participation and negotiations. If you really practically go to the communities and observe, it's an open forum. It has been historically an open forum where people raise their concern and then usually decisions arrive through a negotiated settlement. In 2004, Tashi Wangchuk, in an article he has written, he says, Zomdu is the institution of grassroots measurement and understanding of power. So taking all these things into consideration, my proposal is that we institute this system of Zomdu in the Thomdes so that people's concern or people are taken, the residents of the Thomdes are taken in the decision making of the Thomde so that the urban Thomdes become not only sustainable, but I think it becomes more livable. Next slide. Can you go to next slide? And this is just an example of how similar Zomdus are there in other countries. Next slide. The other argument I would like to put forward is, again, the same author has said, the current system here in Bhutan, the state administration is not only bureaucratic, but authoritarian, especially in terms of availing public services. I mean, that I thought probably nobody would argue against it. Most of us believe that state administration has become bureaucratic and authoritarian over the years. And the same author, I think he argues that state can be, and then this bureaucratic and authoritarian system can be democratized by formalizing customary institutions such as Zomdu. And in fact, we in the department and the ministry already have initiated to institutionalize this Zomdu. And then, in fact, we have asked the third local government, which is the new the Thimbu Thomde Sokde, to institute this Zomdu system before every Thomde Sokde, I mean, the city council meeting. I think the constituency here, and then each constituency have their own political representatives. So they should now conduct a Zomdu. In fact, we have asked them that they should include all the residents living in their constituents to take part in this particular Zomdu. So therefore, I think this is one institution whereby if we are able to formalize it, I think this will bring in not only enhance the participation of people so that the urban governance becomes sustainable, livable, but also I think it will go a long way in the in sustaining the system of democracy, because I think all of us believe that democracy is not that every 5 years we go and just vote. I think to sustain democracy on a daily basis, I think people's forums should take part in deciding what they need and how we should forge ahead. So therefore, I totally agree with the Tashi Wangchu that the state administration, which has now become bureaucratic and authoritarian, can be dismantled by institutions such as Zomdu, and by formalizing it. Now, if you are able to conduct this Zomdu on an, as we have already issued a protocol on this particular aspect, if the local governments, in particular, if Tromdes are able to follow it up, I think then I foresee a sustainable Tromde as well as a livable Tromde. Next slide. I think I just have this much to propose for today's webinar. So I think many experts in the urban governance have already said the importance of people taking part in the development of the Tromde. So thank you, and Tashdele.
Thank you, Mr. Kadazanko. Very interesting thoughts there, and I think this is the endeavor the world over is to how to enhance people's participation, how to listen to the voice of the people in ascertaining a sustainable space to live and a livable space. So this is an endeavor that we are seeing across all democracies, old and new. And so hopefully, I think we all would, especially in South Asia, would be able to strengthen the participatory approach of urban governance. And I think there would be a greater focus if we listen to the voice of the people on the real issues. And I think that is how we can ensure that there are sustainable spaces for everyone, for all, irrespective of their economic situation or otherwise. So thank you very much for bringing those points up. Very, very important to look at that aspect, and hopefully we will have a discussion on that. If anyone has questions, suggestions, thoughts that you would like to air your views, kindly put it, write them up either in the chat box, or if there's specific questions in the Q&A box, and we will take them up when we are having the discussion. Now, it is my pleasure, my great pleasure, to call Ms. Yangchen Lamo, who is the Senior Urban Planner from the Regional and Rural Planning Division from the Ministry of Works and Human Settlements, Government of Bhutan. Ma'am, if you would kindly let us know your views, your thoughts on how we enhance urban spaces, especially in the given the context of the challenge of urban migration, and in general, improve the sustainability of urban spaces in Bhutan. We'd be glad to hear from you. The floor is yours. Thank you. Are we able to bring Ms. Yangchen Lamo on? May I kindly ask the organizers to check if there is an issue? I think while we wait for Ms. Lamo to join us, I would like to call upon Professor Thupten Sonam, if he's here, to reflect upon what Mr. Kadazanko had just said, and to hear your thoughts as well. Dr. Thupten Sonam, Professor with the College of Natural Resources at Royal University of Bhutan. Yes, Professor.
Yes, good morning. Good morning to everyone, and greetings from Bhutan. First of all, I'm Thupten Sonam from College of Natural Resources, working in the Royal University of Bhutan. I would like to thank all the organizers, the KAS, and then you, ICCEL, for organizing the seminar, and also for the opportunity for us to present. So in the interest of time, I would like to directly move to the presentation on the, these are my presentation outline. So maybe next slide, please. So I just like to highlight, in fact, I don't have any daunting issues to be presented here, but just like to highlight what are the things that is being pursued in Bhutan. Next slide, please. And then this is for the interest of other participants from other countries. So Bhutan is a small country with the size of more than 38,000 square kilometer. And then please next. Population just maybe about 700,000 and above. And then the next please. The economic sectors at the moment that contributes to the revenue are hydropower, agriculture, which is also called as iron sector, tourism, and the manufacturing sectors. So next please. And this is the location of Bhutan. Next please. Next please. So just like to highlight a few things on the development approach in Bhutan, which is already covered by the predecessor. All the development activities in Bhutan are closely guided by the GNH. As a result, Bhutan has come up with the 2020, which is a vision for peace and prosperity and happiness, a distinct development path that seeks to achieve a balanced and equitable development, economic development that conserves environment, culture, and then finally that contributes to the ultimate happiness of the people. So in other words, these are the 4 pillars of the GNH. Next, please. Just to highlight a few things, although Bhutan has started late in the economic development sphere, sometime in 1960, Bhutan has made a remarkable achievement in terms of economic growth and in terms of poverty reduction. And then the things that Bhutan has launched to achieve these are some of the achievements. Next, please. The enactment of the, please, yes, Timtung Chemo, 5-year plan, Forest Act 1969, and I think we forgot to mention here, the Bhutan's Constitution of 2008. Next. These are some of the goals that I just like to highlight. SDG goals are very much impressed into the GNS philosophy, since GNS has evolved much before SDG goals. And then in the 12th Five-Year Plan, you could see the SDG goals very well mainstreamed. And then the present topic, the SDG goal 11, so please next slide. Just to highlight a trend in the globalization in the world, as all the countries quest for economic development, so urbanization becomes unstoppable. So as reported by some authors, by 2050, we expect about 2/3 of the humanity to live in the urban cities. So this raises the issue of cities with, sorry, can you, so therefore it calls for, okay, yes, as the involvement of cities with densely populated people. So this calls for a transformation in management, urbanization processes in the cities, very urgent and inevitable. Next, please. Okay, yes. So looking at the trend in the world, Bhutan is also no exception. In fact, Bhutan is urbanizing so fast. If you look at some of the data, in 1995, only 15% was there, but if you look at now, as per the RGU 2018, one of the reports, reports 42.3% in 2020. So in fact, Bhutan is experiencing a rapid demographic transition from rural economy to an urban economy. The 2 urban issues that is being recognized or being identified by the government is very rapid rates of urbanization and limited availability of space land in Bhutan. Yes, next, please. I think this is already being mentioned in the earlier presentation. I don't want to recite this one, but the issues in migration in Bhutan are being accounted to family move, employment, and education. As such, Bhutan urban cities, although the urbanization brings both opportunities, it also brings some challenges. So water shortage, lack of sanitation, waste disposal facilities, inadequate infrastructure, congestion, and unemployment are some of the issues that especially Thimphu and other cities are experiencing now. Next, please. So this is the approach, just to get from the government document, The government considers human settlement as both living spaces and cultural landscapes. They should develop as part of integrated system that considers the need for quality social services, environmental sustainability, disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation. So therefore, the current 12 plan has already prioritized livability, safety, and sustainability. Human settlements improved as one of the key national key results indicators. Next. Some of the initiatives that, it should be launching, not launching, but launching of Bhutan National Urban Development Strategy 2008, develop the National Human Settlement Policy 2019, and so on. These are some of the documents, policy documents, and the strategies that has been already initiated, implemented by the government to ensure equitable and sustainable urban development. Next, please. If you look at some of the specific, the government has in fact improved the road network in the country, the public transport services, and trying to introduce green public transport. And then since the culture and tradition occupies the core center in the Buddhist policy, protection of culture and other heritage is given priority, and the local capacity development is given priority. Yes. And then we have the initiatives by Bhutan Toilet Organization, and then the greener ways, I think, ways for initiatives. All these are geared towards improving or creating inclusive cities and towns. So we could see it. Despite the initiatives for sustainable urbanization, Bhutan still have a number of challenges, limited space for urban development, which further leads to the encroachment into the agricultural and forestry land, difficulty in balancing economic development and cultural heritage, and rapid loss of forest agricultural land. So these are some of the issues. And in fact, now the COVID-19 has also contributed to the this issue. Thank you. Next slide. So please back. Yes, strategies, policies, projects, and are necessary to plan or guide urbanization, tackle the urbanization issues, but it is also important to instill in people the sustainable behavior if you want to achieve or fulfill the GNS or SDG goals. So therefore, what I mean by sustainable behavior is like the sustainable development. A sustainable behavior is, in my context, I try to define it as the behavior that does not harm or put others or society, including self, in any undesirable situation now or later, socially, psychologically, economically, politically, environmentally, but which also helps to build a livable environment, an inclusive society for others and self. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think very key points there. One on this tension between urbanization, the need to provide, and the wish and the need to preserve natural ecosystems, but also preserve the culture. And very rightly, you arrived upon one of the key solutions, which is sustainable behavior of citizens and the impact that it can then have on increasing, enhancing livability of spaces, etc. So very excellent points there. Thank you very much for that perspective. I would like to now call upon Ms. Yangchen Lamo. Sorry, ma'am, we were unable to hear you earlier. So Ms. Lamo is a senior urban planner with the Regional and Rural Planning Division with the Ministry of Work and Settlements. Ma'am, the floor is yours. I hope you're able to unmute yourself and we can see you soon. Can the organizers unmute everybody? So, or unmute Ms. Lamo, if possible.
Yeah, she's unmuted. Ma'am Lamo, can you speak? We can hear you then. Ms. Yanchen, can you speak? We see you are unmuted. If you can kindly speak so we can hear you.
Okay, I think kindly get in touch with Ms. Lamo and see what the issue is. We will wait to hear from ma'am, but maybe in the meanwhile, I would like to call upon Mr. Ugyen Tenzin, who's the former Chief Urban Planner for the Ministry of Works and Human Settlements and currently with GPS Consulting. Mr. Ugyen Tenzin, it would be good to hear from you and hear your views on what the challenges are and how Bhutan is actually tackling this issue of rapid urbanization, migration challenges, and so on. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Soumya. And thank you, the organizers, for having me on this panel. And also thank you, the Director Kado and Professor Dukten for laying out the background on which we could have this discussion. I just would like to, since Ms. Yang Chen was supposed to have spoken before me, I thought, and she had most of the bases, but I think the previous speakers, both the speakers have covered a lot of ground with respect to both migration, urbanization, urban governance, and some issues of urban development in the country. I think there are a few assumptions and some facts that we need to agree upon, or at least bring it up for discussion before we make more concrete decisions or recommendations. I think some of the facts that, of course, Soumya yourself also pointed out earlier in the session, that our migration and urbanization are issues in Bhutan. I mean, many people say it is an issue, but I consider more as a trend that we cannot avoid, but rather we should address. If you like the trend, we promote it. If you don't, then we do something that can arrest this trend and set us on a path that is more desirable and it is in alignment with the overall development philosophy of our country. So between this migration and urbanization, I think there is no doubt that our migration does contribute to urbanization. But is migration the cause, or the internal migration cause of urbanization? I think that's something that we need more deeper discussion on this issue. But the real issue is that Bhutan is urbanizing. Maybe many people said it's rapid. For example, when our Bhutan 2020 vision document was drafted in 1999, the urbanization level was about 15%. By the time we had our first population and housing census in 2005, the urban population, or the level of urbanization, had doubled to around almost 31% of the entire population. And when we had the second census in 2017, now I think it was about 38%, which was inclusive, which is not, I think, which is fortunately much lower than the pace that was envisaged when we prepared these important documents. There were some projections that said that by 2020, Bhutan's urbanization level would be around 50%. So we still have that cushion of 15-16%, which probably is thanks to the policy interventions that the government of Bhutan took up. And also I think we also must accept the fact that in many economies, urbanization is in fact promoted as engines of growth and for scales of economy, for agglomeration of services, everything. So it's not really a bad thing, but I think it's a balance between urbanization, level of urbanization, and the rest of the country. So, and for Bhutan, I think this is very important because we do place a lot of focus on cultural preservation of environment and cultural landscape and tradition and all of these customary systems, which Director Kado also alluded to. So I think it's really about balance where we draw the line. But I think the main challenge is about the fact that population are moving from rest of the countries to one region in the country, the West, which I think Soumya yourself also highlighted. So I think that is an issue. So what we do about that, I think that's something that we'll need to discuss. And also that most of the, in Bhutan, we have 4 large tromdes of Thimphu, Phintsiling, Gelefu, and Samdu Jongkhar. And we know that all of these tromdes have gained population because of internal migration. And we also know that almost more than half of the rural migrants have moved to the tromdes. So I think these are some of the issues. On the other part, I think in terms of planning, I will not touch so much on this, but maybe touch that. But I think the country has undertaken a lot of initiatives in terms of both arresting or addressing or looking at migration. But for example, we have this concept of regional growth centers. And I think somewhere in between 2013 and 15, the Ministry of Works and Human Settlement, in collaboration with the Cross National Happiness Commission, identified and developed 2, or at least prepared plan for development of 2 regional hubs in the east, one in Kanglung and Rashigam, and in Gangnam in Pemagachal. Both the districts fall in eastern Bhutan. And in terms of even for sustainable development, I think there has been a lot of initiatives undertaken by the government. For example, we have this, of course, we did touch upon the cultural landscape, which also looks at all of preservation. Then we have, now I think the ministry is undertaking this, what we call geotechnical studies and hazard mapping and risk mapping and balanced development. So I think with their approaches on both the issues, but coming back to the previous presentation, I just wanted to highlight on 2 issues that Director Kado mentioned about the most of the Tromde or municipal activities being technical, and on the Zomdu aspect. So on technical issues, I fully agree with Mr. Kado. I think for a long time, the focus has been really on the hardcore engineering, about drains, about footpaths. So I think we are running a little bit short on community vitality and cultural values. So traditionally, Bhutan was a very rich culturally and customary beliefs and systems, and that this is still so in the rural areas. But when people migrate to the urban areas, they neither have the social network nor the physical spaces for this. So I see this as one of the biggest challenge that we need to move. Yes, the technical engineering aspects are also important, but we need to give more space and resources and focus to the softer aspects of community vitality and community development. On the Zomdu aspect, again, this people's participation is very important. I think planning, urban planning and development is all about public participation. We are planning for the people, and we cannot have plans drawn up by 1 or 2 experts.
So I unmuted right now.
So as the director rightly pointed out, I think it has been in our system, it's our customary system, and we have had it for a long time, and we are strengthening it. The issue with public participation in urban areas, in municipalities, is that for some reason, I don't know if it is by policy, by law, probably not, or by practice, somehow only the registered property owners are invited to the public consultation meetings, if it is for plan or any development activities. I am a tenant in an apartment. If I don't own a land or a building or something, I would not be invited to that party, to that meeting. So I think it's something that, as the director indicated, we probably need to relook at this and how our public consultation meetings and stakeholder consultation meetings that the local governments convene could be more inclusive and have representation of all sections of the society, whether they own property or not. I think that's very important. And before I end quickly, I just wanted to highlight one more issue of harmonization of policies. I think, as you will agree, our country is doing fairly well in terms of all the development aspects, guided by the principles of gross national happiness. But I personally feel that while different ministries and agencies and different organizations are working with the best of intentions, there's a lack of dialogue among this. So I think it's very important for the different stakeholders, decision makers, and all people to harmonize the plans and programs. For example, not only because it is for the same group of people or the subjects of the citizens or for the same area, but many of these programs do overlap, and we could have a lot of economy and efficiency if you could harmonize. And the good news is that I'm aware that the Ministry of Works and Human Settlement and the Gross National Happiness Commission has prepared what they call Comprehensive National Development Plan for Bhutan, which I think essentially attempts to harmonize the different development plans, policies, and programs. And I hope and pray that that this document is adopted by all stakeholders, and that we see a more harmonized and coordinated approach to all the development aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tenzin. I think, yeah, you've touched upon all the key elements of this entire, I think, complex arena of urban development and the challenges with how do you preserve your cultural values? How do you ensure community vitality? We were actually speaking with the Honorable Mayor last week and heard exactly the same thing, that so far this is something we would like to improve, is the community participation, increase the vitality of our urban spaces, bring in the cultural values, ensure that they are preserved. So this is exactly what we heard last week as well in a conversation that we had with him. So I think you're all working together towards that, and the Comprehensive National Development Plan of Bhutan. I think this is a challenge across, we are seeing across several governments, that we have so many sectoral plans, so many foci of development, and different plans for each one of those. So to ensure that they are comprehensive, that they follow an approach that is the same across all the different sectors, has become a challenge for several governments. So very glad to hear that. And yes, the importance of ZOMDU and the importance of participation. So I think we will hear from Ms. Lamo now. Hopefully we are able to solve the technical glitch, and we would like to hear her views on how she thinks these challenges can be solved. Ms. Yangchen Lamo, I hope we are able to hear you now. Could you kindly unmute yourself?
Hello.
Yes, Ms. Lamo, we can hear you now.
Hello. Okay. Can the screen be viewed?
Yes. Can we have that in presentation mode, please?
I'll rather stop sharing. If Ms. Chaturvedi, if you can share the screen, please. Yes, thank you. I'm so sorry for everyone. I had some technical glitches and I have to change my whole laptop. So to begin with, thank you for the introduction and for inviting me, Honorable Dashos and delegates. Good morning and afternoon to all. I'm well honored to present my department, the Department of Human Settlement, and to give you an overview on sustainable urban development and internal migration. But due to the limited time, I'm not quite sure if I can actually rationalize this vast subject and my department's input towards the sustainable planning. However, I'll touch upon a few essential points, and maybe we can elaborate during the discussions. And also, I'd like to thank the previous speakers who has touched upon the holistic urban planning system that is there in Bhutan. So I'll touch upon the background on planning and legislation, the SDG 11, the demography and internal migration status in Bhutan, the challenges we have, few best practices, or say few best practices in terms of urban planning, and the the synergies and urban planning with the pandemic. Next, please. Hello. Next, please.
Ma'am, this is the next slide.
Hello.
Ma'am, can you see the next slide?
Yes,
Yep.
ma'am, it's right
Next.
now, of plans.
Can you just press next and one more next? So sorry. So in Bhutan, we have 3 levels of plans: national, regional, and Dzongkhag level. And under the Dzongkhag level, we have still segregated into a local special plan, structure plan, local area plans, and action area plans. Next, please. So the national and regional are more strategic, whereas the local special plans are regulatory, which are detailed level plans and which are ready for implementation. Next, please. In terms of legal framework, we have human settlement policy at the top level, and then we have special planning bill, human settlement strategies, followed by several procedure, regulation standards, and guidelines for planning as well as for implementation. Next. Next, yes. So what is in urban planning? It is the profession that deals with health, quality of life, urban spaces, and the peripheral areas and rural villages as well. We also deal with the research and analysis, transport system, economy, environment, climate, and public policies to maintain and restore the quality and the quality of city life. It is about looking into 5, 20, and even 50 years to anticipate the consequences and requirements. So what calls for urban planning is the urbanization, which is the movement of people from rural to urban areas, or say it's the migration. And there are 3 fundamental priorities that every planner follows, and the conflict we faces, which are all in line with the SDG principles. Next, please. So in terms of, from the view of UNDP perspectives, the Sustainable Cities and Communities, SDG 11, the stats shows that at present 50% of population lives in the cities. By 2050, this person will grow to 66.7%. And these are mainly caused by the increasing migration, as well as cities are the highest contributor to global greenhouse emissions. And the impact of COVID-19 pandemic has been most devastating, especially in the very densely populated urban areas. Next, please. So in terms of the demographic status of Bhutan, we'll just touch upon the percentage of urban population. In 2017, as per the PHCB data, there were 37.8% of population living in urban areas, and this percent will increase to 43.1% in 2023, and by 2030, the urban population in Bhutan will increase to 50.6% under the business as usual, if the same norms are followed right now. Next. So if you see the migration pattern, the migration from the central and eastern region of Bhutan is the main reason for the current concentration of population in the western region. And about 62% of population still lives in rural areas at present, and this population will be less than 50% by 2050. Thimphu Thomde has received the highest number of in-migrants, followed by Paro Dzongkhag and Phuntsholling Thomde. In terms of out-migration, the Eastern Dzongkhag, Tashigang has the highest, followed by Mongor Dzongkhag, respectively. Next. So these are just some of the types of migrations that we have: urban to urban, rural to urban, and rural to rural. So if we see at the stats, we have the highest migration from rural to urban areas with 42.4% 44.2%, followed by rural to rural areas with 33.6%. And if we see for the reason of migration, it is mostly driven by the employment, education, and the whole family moving to one area because of employment and education. Next, please. So even if we see at the GDP, at the basic prices, so the service industry has the highest contributor to GDP, which are agglomerated in the urban areas, and this indicates that even the economic sectors economic or the finance has to be driven mostly in urban areas. As has been said, the urban areas are the growth of engine of economic growth. Next. So looking at the challenges, these are the common challenges that all urban areas are facing. As mentioned, that the urban areas are highest contributor to global emissions. So climate change is one of the challenges to have the mitigation and adaptation measures in the urban areas, followed by affordable housing is one of the issues that the Buddhist cities are facing because of migration, and also the transport and the traffic are a few challenges. Next. So when it comes to the urban challenges during the pandemic, when the national lockdown was announced in August 11, 2020, many people and government agencies were not prepared for the sudden implementation, and people had not stocked essential goods. Even the government agencies were still under preparation. As a result, the delivery of the essential goods was slow, with social media flocked with complaints. So there was unavailability of basic necessities with the easy reach, such as grocery, meat, and vegetables. Emergencies, including medical services, were impeded, and the Buddhist these are caused because the Buddhist cities do not have coherent street and housing addresses. Delivering essential goods to families that should have taken 20 to 30 minutes sometimes took even more than 2 hours. So the people in living in one zones had to move to very far areas to work, to shop, to school, or for leisure. So this was some of the issues that we have niched during the lockdown, and there was no comprehensive data to map the residents, commercial plots, buildings, road drains, etc. And this all drove home the importance of public transport, recognizing the administrative boundaries, promote workplace residence and commercial areas. More sophisticated cultures like urban farming and open green spaces still remains a distant dream. So as an immediate countermeasure, the officials from Land Commission and from the DHS formed the task force and introduced the zones with clearly defined boundaries that could easily be identified by the residents. Next, please. And the immediate program that was implemented was the Shisha with the help of TESUPs in collecting data, which was fact-finding mission and therefore important input for the national planning for the longer term. So these are some of the maps that the zoning task force team has produced during the lockdown time for efficient delivery system, as well as to contain the pandemic, the virus. Next, please. And the task force team has also produced a dashboard where people can look into, next please, look into the special subzones and to locate where the essential goods can be found. So this map is one of the proposals from one of the project that was completed in 2019, the Comprehensive National Development Plan. So here we have proposed for national capital regions and the linked urban centers. So this also the proposal proposed in CNDP also act as a countermeasure for COVID-19, as well as for containing the migration containing the migration pattern. So here we have identified several urban linked urban centers where people can have their own basic facilities within the region. Next, please. So the Department of Human Settlement is also reviewing the infrastructure plan, which was can you move to the next slide? So just to show how the urban agglomeration has happened in a decade. So this is Changi Luntipu in 1999, and in the next slide we can see the same area in 2019. There is a concrete jungle boomed up in the area. So next. So some of the challenges that we have figured in the Thimphu cities. Firstly, the lack of open and park spaces. And then the transport and inefficient transport and mobility system, the sewerage, the solid waste, stormwater drainage, water supply, as can be noted that we all are facing right now in our city. Housing is one of the issues that has been a challenge over a decade or more. And then finally, the governance is also one of the issues, especially coordination between different agencies. And finally, the data issues. We do not have comprehensive data right now, and because of lack of data, we have been facing a lot of challenges in producing or in giving a proper proposals. Next, please. Next. Next. Next, please. Can you go to the next slide? So some of the parameters that we are looking into reviewing the infrastructure plans are firstly to create the image of the city and to maintain the natural and built environment, to enhance the connectivity, to efficiently provide the utilities, to provide affordable housing and better coordination within the governments. And one of the main intention or the main focus that we are giving is also in the data management. For as has been mentioned earlier, we have been completing a very comprehensive data for Thimphu City, and this will be used for digital mapping. Next. So one of the other practices in terms of planning, we also have produced a climate smart human settlement planning focused in Samzonko Thomde. Some of the reasons that we have selected this Thomde was that this was first of a kind climate smart planning, and the area was quite small, and it was in the southern zone where there was flood issues. So the main principle followed was to link the realm of the environment, economy, and society, which is the sustainable goal principles, to balance in line with the gross national happiness of Bhutan. And the framework followed was as similar to the climate resilience framework. Thank you. Next, please. So the recommendations given are all in line with the climate smart project, as well as there are synergies in between the legislation as well as smart governments and gender integrations. Next, please. Next, please. So the department also does planning in the rural areas. So this next slide shows the proposals that we are giving in the remote areas, the plannings that the department has carried out. Next, please. So this is in the far southern east part called Panbang, and the area that we are focused is the Sonambang area. Next, please. So as we can see in the when we are proposing the plan, the main principles that we follow are all in line with the sustainable development goals, such as sustainability, accessibility, open spaces, compatibility, and integrations within the neighborhood, towns, and villages. Next, please. So these are some of the proposals that we have proposed for the rural area, which are mostly focused in the agriculture as well as their local, as well as emphasizing on their local products for economic boost. Next, please. So in terms of synergy, I think the urban planning has the most powerful impact on having the synergies between different agencies in terms of mitigation measure towards the climate change, towards economic contingency plan, vulnerability assessment, and also in terms of gender mainstreaming and accessibility for people with disabilities. Next. So the department is also planning to initiate a project with JICA, which is the first of a kind regional planning in the southern area. And this is the discussion that we have been carrying out for now. And the Japanese expertise and the department discussed that now the urban planning with the pandemic has to be focused on the core service access to core service areas, and also providing affordable housing, public spaces, integrated blue and green spaces, as well as need to focus on more city level planning in a very granular, with the granular data. Next, please. So these are some of the examples that has been taught to urban planners from the pandemic. So we are now focusing to improve more on the pedestrian areas as well as tactical urbanisms, which means that we need to focus more on very small scale planning and bottom up planning, and also to support more on social experiments, startups, and to grow more towards technology. So yep, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much for that very comprehensive presentation and the three key solutions that you had actually touched upon on the digital solutions and the importance of that, especially in terms of service delivery. Importance made evident during the pandemic, looking at climate smart urban planning and solutions, integrated climate smart urban planning, and then on the tactical urbanism solutions. So I think you have laid it out very well on what our challenges were and how Bhutan is looking to tackle it, and also the way forward as to what are the priorities for Bhutan going forward. So thank you very much for that. If there are no particular questions to this panel, there is one on climate change, which we will pick up in the coming session. Sorry, I guess the voice is not clear, but yeah. So we will pick up the questions on climate change, on the impact of earthquakes in the Himalayan regions, and the impacts of snow glacier melt. We'll take this up in the session on climate urban resilience. So if you would allow me, I will call this particular panel to a close, panel discussion to a close, and then we can move on to the discussions on urban resilience. Thank you all very much for your inputs, and I thank all the four panelists for your inputs, and look forward to further discussions. Over to you, Mr. Kumar.
Thank you, Soumya, for organizing the session. We will go to the next session on the urban climate resilience, which is very much important, not only just because of the COVID pandemic, but also which is happening all over the world. I think people are facing various issues due to the climate change. Including, I can say, maybe the most of you must have read it in the newspapers, the flooding happening in Europe, most of the countries in Europe, including Germany. All my colleagues, we were talking to them almost every day. They never seen that type of floods in their country. In India, where I live, we also have seen a lot of issues related to the climate change. Not only just flooding, maybe it is drought, it is melting of glaciers in the Himalayas, and also the heat the temperatures, both in Northern America, you must have learned already in the newspapers. Even in India, we used to have only in Delhi, where I live, only 4 or 5 days above 45 or 46 degrees centigrade. But I have seen this summer more than 8 or 10 days the same temperatures. So Bhutan is also facing climate change issues. We as an ICLEI are helping cities in Bhutan. I will talk about a little bit more on that. But for this urban climate resilience, I'm happy that we have speakers, 2 speakers in this session. Ms. Kungjang, Senior Officer from the National Environmental Commission. And also we have Dr. Tulsi Gaurang, Associate Professor from Royal University of Bhutan. And I'm so happy that we have Mr. Dasho Benji Dorji, is the ex-Deputy Minister and also Special Advisor to the National Environment Commission, Royal Government of Bhutan, and is also the President of the Bhutan Ecological Society with us, a very knowledgeable person, and Mr. Damcho Rinjin, Head of Tourism Promotion, Tourism Council of Bhutan, is also with us. Just maybe 2 slides, which I just want to show in that. As I already said, Bhutan is not the only country in the world which is facing a situation like water scarcity or flash floods or climate, the outbursts which are happening, forest fires and landslides. So this is a few issues which are coming up. Next slide. But I'm happy that the national government under their 5-year plan, which is also one of the topic is on the carbon neutral, climate and disaster resilient development enhanced, that the national key result. I think Mr. Dasho was talking about this when I was chatting with him yesterday. So national government and also the city governments, maybe next slide, which can show that we have worked with the city of Thimphu, city of Gelepu, and other cities in Bhutan to come out with the national, with the city climate action plan as part of the support given by the Swiss Agency for Development Cooperation, which this is the methodology which we have used, the climate resilient cities methodology, and we came up with a climate city action plan for various cities. So we as an ICLEI supporting the cities within the Bhutan. I'm happy that our support is taken up by the cities and started action planning on that. As in my opening remarks, I also said that we have helped the city of Thimphu on the transportation related issues on that. With these opening remarks, I will then ask Ms. Kungjang, Senior Officer from the National Environmental Commission, to give his opening speech in this session. Ms. Kungjang, I hope you are there, and the floor is yours, madam. And I request you if you can take 5 minutes, that will be good, as we are already running late.
Right, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Imani Kumar. So if the slide could be shared.
Yes, ma'am. You can see the slide. I can see the slide. Your first slide.
Yeah. Can that be in the presenter? I think the view is a little bit smaller. Yeah, this is better. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure and honor to be one of the speakers. For this, I would like to thank the organizer, KAS, and this one. The presentation that I'm going to provide is aimed to provide an overview of Bhutan's climate change vulnerability, some of the related legislations, policies, climate actions, and then challenges. I'm really, as I mentioned, it's honored to be in this August gathering. And while I share some of the experiences in Bhutan, I'm mostly here to learn. So with this, in the presentation, if we can go to first slide, sorry. in the as I mentioned, I'll be presenting on Bhutan's vulnerability to climate change policies and some of the potential area of mitigation action, COVID recovery, and challenges. If you could go to next. Yes, thank you. So Bhutan being located in fragile mountainous ecosystem, landlocked, least developed country is highly vulnerable to the adverse impact of the climate change. Next. Can we go to next, please?
It's already in the next slide.
Yeah. And additionally, most of our, as you see, most of our economic sector like agriculture, hydropower, transportation are highly dependent on climate with the low level of economic diversification. And also this were presented very clearly by my previous presenters. For instance, more than 60% of our population are dependent on agriculture. Can we go to next? Yeah. So in a gist, these are some of the policies and legislation on the climate change. Firstly, we have the Constitution of the Kingdom of Bhutan 2008, which has mandated us to maintain 60% of the land cover under forests all time to come. And then the Umbrella Environmental Act, which is the National Environment Protection Act of 2007. Other related environmental legislation on biodiversity, wastewater, EIA, and so forth. On the policy, we do have a climate change policy passed in 2020. And this policy is adopted with the vision of prosperous, resilient, and carbon neutral Bhutan, where the pursuit of gross national happiness for the present and future generation is secure under the changing climate. And the middle path strategy, which was first drafted in 1998, was updated in 2020. And now it specifically incorporates the change in vulnerability, biodiversity, conservation and management, sustainable agriculture, energy efficiency, disaster preparedness, among others. Can we go to next? So the next, I'll go to the potential mitigation areas. Next, please. So before I present on the mitigation measures, let me briefly talk about the greenhouse gas inventory of Bhutan. This is very important when it comes to mitigation aspect. The graph represents Bhutan's emission from different sectors, and due to the vast forest cover, Bhutan still is carbon neutral with net sink balance. And most of our emissions are from agriculture, land use, and forestry, with forest fire and timber removal having the most significant contribution. And as you can see from the data, that overall emission from other sectors are also increasing rapidly. If you go to next, please. So on the mitigation measures, our constitution mandates us to maintain 60% of the total land cover under the forest cover all time to come, as I mentioned. This is a very unique, especially even globally, because I think Bhutan would be one of the very few countries which has the constitution with a separate chapter on the environment and making all the, every citizen as a trustee to take care of its environment. And in ensuring the intergenerational equity, Royal Government of Bhutan made a carbon neutral declaration in 2009 during the 15th Conference of Parties at Copenhagen under the UNFCCC. And this commitment has been reiterated again and again in our successive nationally determined contribution. First one in 2015 and then the recent one in 2021. As a way forward, as a strategy and pathways for low emission, the 4 sectoral low emission development strategies, including one on the human settlement, has been adopted, and whereby the urban area is covered. So these are the strategies covering across short and medium, long-term time horizons with prioritized climate actions and it has a co-benefit of sustainable development, diversity of economy, job creation, increasing the efficiency, health co-benefit, and so on and so forth. So if we go to next, please. So under these strategies, the 4 potential mitigation areas are food security, industry, and human settlement, and the transport sector. While food security is one of the priority and most important area, you can see where the urban area falls, which is the human settlement and the surface transport. The benefit from the mitigation actions potential is very huge. Can we go to next? Yeah, so while we had a really robust kind of presentation from the Ministry of Works and Human Settlement on how the, kind of initiatives in the urban areas, I would like to give one example, especially in the capital city of Thimphu, where the National Environment Commission is pioneering. A example of project for building a resilient urban would be urban eco-base adaptation project, which is a three-year regional project. And the activities that we're planning, because since the project has just started, it's mostly on the identification and assessment status right now. So the activities that include greening activities, riverbed protection, planning and design of low-income housing using the green building concept, and also promotion of urban agriculture. I think this one goes very well with the concepts and ideas that has been presented by our previous presentations. Can we go to next? Before that, I also wanted to kind of acknowledge and inform that Bhutan is also currently working on the Green Finance Roadmap and Bhutan Climate Fund, which enable the transformative action for low carbon and climate resilient development. Can we go to next? Yeah, so that's exactly the slide that I'm looking at. So for the COVID-19 and the green recovery, as you see, and also heard from previous presenters, the response measure under the visionary monarch has been exemplary, and people had, it's ensured that the people are not deprived of their basic needs, while all the response measure in the face of COVID has been taken. We do have also the recovery measure under for the climate, because to ensure that while the COVID response are undertaken, we also prioritize our resources to ensure the climate COVID access. These are all towards our strong conviction to our guiding developmental philosophy of Christ national happiness, to ensure that the recovery measure completely in line with being inclusive, greener, and climate resilient pathway. And also to reiterate that the Green Finance Roadmap and Bhutan Climate Fund are also under development, and also the long-term low emission and climate resilient development strategy, which is under the UNFCCC, it's in a good progress. This is to update the carbon neutral strategy that we have drafted in 2012 to make sure that all the emerging and the challenges are addressed. Can we go to next? So talking about the challenges, despite all these exemplary initiatives and hard work and climate actions, Bhutan is a victim of the impact of climate change, as climate change knows no national boundaries. We are facing extreme climate phenomena, increasing frequency of national disasters, flash floods, windstorm, and landslide. They pose both the present as well as real danger for our people. And climate change makes, as you all know, extreme weather events more frequent and more intense. And now with the pandemic, it is a time where national economic, and Bhutan is not an exception, that economy are crashing and ordinary people are stretched to their limits. And particularly the waste management, where the generation of hazardous medical waste, be it from the quarantine center or medical hospital, medical units are already adding to the constrained resources that we have, and all the limitations are actually being doubled. Can we go to next? Yeah, so this is the pictorial presentation of what I have just presented in my slide. And in the conclusion, while we do have, sorry, the last presentation. Can we go to next, please? Thank you. Yeah, this is, I think, the last slide. I hope I didn't take a lot of time. So while we do have challenges for Bhutan, we see pandemic giving us an opening to recover better, which the countries in the region would agree. It presents a tremendous once in life window for opportunity for genuinely transformative green recoveries to deliver strong climatic sustainability, health, and economic outcomes. Given the pandemic situation and impacts, it's time that we be mindful of the indiscriminate increased developmental pace post-COVID, because that's going to be really a challenging one. And it is very wise to remind ourselves in turning around our unsustainable consumption and production, because the business as usual is not a way forward, and we have learned so much through this pandemic experience. I think this is all I have for the presentation, and thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, ma'am. I think very well articulated what is happening in Bhutan and how the Bhutan government is taking care of climate change issues. I have witnessed some of the activities on ground, and I hope these things will continue during this pandemic time also. Maybe we'll just come back on the questions to you once if we have more from the audience. But once again, thank you. And maybe I'll just ask our next speaker, Dr. Tulsi Gaurang, Associate Professor from Royal University of Bhutan, to give her remarks. Ma'am? You are muted, I think. Please go ahead. Ma'am, you are muted.
Sorry about this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to thank the KASAB and the organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk on this webinar. And I have shared the screen. I hope it is.
Tilted. Do you want to? Your camera is tilted.
Ma'am, you have to click on the PPT.
So maybe what I'll do is, sorry, I'll just, so sorry about this. Stop the video.
Yeah.
And I'll click on the
presentation.
PPT.
Yes.
Is it visible now?
Yes, but maybe if you can make it in the presentation mode.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, is it visible now? Yeah.
Yes. Go
ahead. Yeah. Thank you very much. And I think just to start with, I would like to thank all the panelists before me who covered most of the things that I wanted to cover here. And but just to set the tone going, I would like to say that climate change impact is increasingly felt in Bhutan. And it's mainly because more than 70% of the country's settlements are along the river valleys. And because of these, the communities are more vulnerable to climate change. And at the national level, there are various initiatives that are being put in place that has been already spoken by our earlier presentation very comprehensively. So I wouldn't like to go into that. And just to introduce, I think all the Bhutanese, we know this, but for the outsiders, maybe I would just like to go into the population that we have. And the urban population is around 37.8%. And over the years, it has been increasing, and I'm sure it's going to increase at a very fast rate. That is, I mean, the development that is happening at the moment. And if I share my own experience, 30 years back, I had to walk from Lubisa to Chirang because there was no vehicle available that time. And the bus service was only one time and in a week. And now in the morning when the director of the road transport mentioned about the number of vehicles per person in Bhutan, you can just see the development that is really happening in Bhutan. And the rural population is around 62.2%, and urban density in Bhutan it's really projected to increase at a very fast rate. And mainly the rural to urban migration accounts for around 21.7% of the total population in Bhutan. And I would say that this is mainly because of the type of agriculture that we have in our country. The mountainous terrain makes it very difficult, and also the inavailability of some of the equipments to make agriculture easy is another problem that deters the youth from taking up agriculture and then moving to the urban areas, making urban settlement even more dense and difficult. And if you talk about Thimphu, it is one of the largest. It has the largest population in the country, around 19% of the total population. And therefore, climate smart planning for cities, it has become a priority to withstand the shocks and the stresses. And earlier in the morning, Madam Yangchen has already mentioned about this strategic program for climate resilience, that is the climate smart human settlement planning and development. That has been, taken up by, through the initiative of GNHC. Example, the Samdejong Thomde, where they're working on the pilot basis. It's a very good initiative, I would say, and to start from a small scale. And in this strategic program for climate resilience in the urban center, what they have 4 thematic areas. And the one is information base for hydromet services. Another one is the preparedness, food and water security. Then is the sustainable growth and resilience infrastructure and strengthening governance, institutional cooperation and resource capacity. And I being from the agriculture background, I feel that I should be talking more on food security in this webinar. So that is where I would like to focus more on. And some of the initiatives that the Ministry of Agriculture is taking up at the moment to what you call combat climate change. This one, I'd like to take it through rural-urban linkages. I think it's very important that you have to link the rural areas if you want the urban areas to be climate resilient, because the food that are coming to the urban areas are from the rural areas, and the raw materials that you need for many of the finished products are coming from the rural areas. So there is a very strong, I would say, the interlinkages between the rural and the urban areas, and then the opportunities exist in both the areas if we take, the initiatives in a balanced way. And at the moment in Bhutan, even this, I would say, urbanization is increasingly dictating what to produce in the rural areas. What activities should be taken by the farmers so that they can sell it in the urban areas. And so I would say the underlying issue is especially the experience that we have it through this COVID-19, with the lockdown and the import of the food and the vegetable items being banned in the country. That has, I think, really opened our eyes how to ensure that the food is supplied, within the country, and how to make the cities resilient through the rural areas through food production. So that is what I would like to talk about. And I was thinking that maybe I should present this because I think it's very important that we also need to know, what is happening in the rural areas to be climate resilient. And this is one of the results that we had done some research some years back with ISMOT. And if you look at the sustainability spaces for these mountain farming systems, and if you talk in terms of the adaptive features, I think in the rural areas, we are doing quite well, for example, 54.3%. But we have the adaptive features, but we need to have these, the ways how we can, link some of these adaptive features to climate resilient, so that these resources are, the value chain is added and then it is taken to the centers in city centers. Similarly, the similar research on the agriculture sustainability that was done in 2021, taking example of Babkewok here in Punakha. If you look at the picture and on the resilience part, that is where we fail again even in the local rural areas. Resilience part is, we go to this acceptable level is very high, that is 77%, and then unacceptable is around 27.27. And then here we looked into some of the indicators like the insurance, whether the people have insurance, whether the people have climate resilient adaptive capacities, and then it shows that we need to work on these areas even in the rural areas, so that the urban areas are more resilient, taking the support from the urban areas. And although the poverty analysis report in 2017, it shows that this poverty is mostly a rural phenomenon and with 11.9%. But I think we go by this UN Habitat indicate that urban penalty that shows that urban populations are actually as bad or as worse than those that are, living in the rural areas. And then I think that is proven from the COVID-19 pandemic, because many of our, urban population, they moved back to their village to do farming. And then I think this is true from that perspective. And that's where I think we really need to look into how to balance this rural-urban migration and then make urban areas more climate resilient. So measures to enhance rural resilience, it's going on, especially through the leadership of the Ministry of Agriculture. And then there are lots of capacity building going on in the rural areas on climate smart production practices, so that the food that are produced in the villages, rural areas are done in a way that is safe for those people living in the urban areas. And another initiative that the Ministry of Agriculture and Forest has taken up is the peri-urban areas, promoting the peri-urban areas for food production, especially for those living in the rural areas. So urban areas from Thimphu, they can go to the peri-urban areas and do a little bit of farming on their own. So that has been initiated by the Ministry of Agriculture. And also, I think it's very important that we need to efficiently manage the land use in the peri-urban areas, because what is happening is most of the land in the peri-urban areas are being converted into commercial hubs, mainly because of the high value of the commercial hubs than agriculture farming. So this efficient planning and management has to be there, so that there is no compromise on the food production. And also these peri-urban farming that has been initiated by the Ministry of Agriculture, I think it should be supported by bylaws. And another initiative is the Ministry of Agriculture has also initiated the improved to access through farm roads and adding value to value chain addition. All these things are going on at the moment, but it has to be strengthened further. That is what I would like to put forward here. And I think having many access points for vegetable, for example, in Thimphu Thomde, earlier it was only the centenary market where the vegetables used to be sold in large scale, and then people used to gather there. And now having many, outlet point for this vegetable has been a very good initiative from Thimphu Thomde during this COVID-19 pandemic. And another very important area that we need to look into in Bhutan is the cold storage facilities are lacking. And whatever the rural areas are producing are also being wasted if you cannot use it immediately because of the lack of cold storage facilities. Another area that we can link it is, I mean, in the kitchen gardening is being now initiated, and also the vertical farming in the verandas of the buildings are taking up. That is what I have seen in some of the towns. And also in case of egg production in Bhutan, I mean, now we have reached the self-sufficiency, and it is mainly because of some of the disaster, I mean, in terms of diseases in the neighboring country that has made Bhutan, you know, I would say it's a good point that something like that happened in the neighboring country, that we could be self-sufficient in egg because we built up our own capacities, and then now we are doing very well. And that is, I think, one very good point of some of these natural disasters that are coming up, and then giving us some lessons to learn and then improve on it. And greening urban areas through landscaping is yet another recent initiative that is taking place in many places in the town areas and cities now, opening up these spaces. And Royal Flower Show is another initiative that takes place in every year in different Jongkaks, so that the greening is taken up in a more planned and a systematic way. And rainwater harvesting is yet another initiative. It is not only in the urban areas, but in the rural areas also. The springs and streams are drying up, and then farmers are facing difficulties with irrigation water. And some of these simple techniques like making ponds for rainwater harvesting is being initiated, and then now it's being followed in many Kewoks. And so finally, what I would like to say is Bhutan has a strong policy and legislative framework, because this is what I have seen, because many times as an academic institutions, we are also sometimes given the task of going through these policy framework, and then we find it, I mean, very good, you know, and it's very strong. But I think we are weak in implementation, and this is the area where we really need to strengthen and look into. And especially in terms of this, what we call urban resilience, I think we need to strengthen the government mechanism by incorporating this rural-urban linkages. How can we link it? And earlier speakers also talked about some of the coordinations that are lacking, you know, among different organizations. And then if we could work at these different sectors and different levels, I think we can go a long way in making some of, our towns and cities more urban resilient, not only in terms of climate resilient, but in terms of the overall resiliency of the community living in the towns and the cities. I think that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for bringing food angle into the urban climate resilience. I think very much important, especially during the pandemic. I think we have a lot of issues faced by the urban people because the food is not available, and the cities have been gone on lockdown. So neighboring areas or food within the households has become a major source for the people to live. And I think your last point, the governance issues between urban and peri-urban areas, we also looking into an Indian system. Recently, I think a year back, we have created urban-rural platform. We called it a rural-urban platform, and which the government of India has now taken up as one of the governance model for all the cities on both sides of the Ganga River. Actually, the Jal Shakti Mission, the Water Resources Ministry of the Government of India has also looked into this particular mechanism. I think very good points. Thank you for your presentation. Maybe I'll just stop here myself and ask Honorable Mr. Dasho to give his opinion, viewpoint as a discussant, and with all his experience. Honorable
I was wondering whether you would like to give Mr. Damchu Rinchen the floor first, and I could speak after him.
Sure, sir.
Damchu's ready. Damchu, are you ready?
Dashu, I'm ready. Thank you.
Well, why don't you go ahead?
Yes. Thank you, Dash. Thank you for the opportunity. I think
all the best, my dear friend.
thank you, Dash. I'd like to, of course, good afternoon to everyone. I think it's almost 1 o'clock in Bhutan. I'd like to thank the KAS, KAS, and ICLI for giving me the opportunity. And I worry that I might derail from the serious stuff. I think sometimes you need this in a serious discussion like this. I am not an expert in climate change, not even close, but I care for the environment and I want to be a green citizen. It's something that I aspire to be as a responsible citizen. Sustainability and idea of green tourism is at the core of high value, low volume tourism for Bhutan. In fact, our king, His Majesty the Fourth King, ensured that we follow this path ever since tourism first started in 1970, early 1970s, even before the buzzword sustainability and green tourism was heard. So it's been there since we first started tourism. I must say that I'm proud to promote Bhutan as the only carbon negative country in the world. Is it okay if I share my own slide later so that I don't have to make someone do my work? If you don't share the slide at the moment, so I share myself. Thank you. So yeah, I was saying that I'm very proud to promote Bhutan as a carbon negative country in the world. And as far as tourism is concerned, we commit in staying carbon negative because it's a win-win for everyone. And just a few years back, when promoting Bhutan, I'm a marketing person and I've been promoting Bhutan, I used to take pride in saying we have no traffic jam in Bhutan. But this is a thing of a past now. And I don't want this such sustainable good things of our cities to be a thing of a past. Now I have to take away this no traffic jam opening remarks from the marketing presentations I make abroad. This is very much related to climate change. Of course, it contributes to climate change. So changes in urban landscapes and climate are a big part of tourism. Urban places are highly used for tourism and also used by tourists. And likewise, climate change has big impact for tourism, and tourism will also impact climate change. So tourism has a big stake, I must say, in climate change, whether it be urban or rural landscape. So now I want to share my my presentation slide. Let me see if I just give me 1 second. I think I had my slide open. So there you go. So you can see my slide now, right? Okay. So this, as I'm a student of climate change, not an expert in climate change, I was looking online to see what other information I can relate to tourism and climate change, and I came across this publication, Bhutan Climate Plus Change Handbook, and it quoted saying that tourism and hydropower sectors are highly climate sensitive and vulnerable to adverse effects of climate change. And this is so true, and people in tourism don't realize this. People in tourism must take climate change seriously, and we all know what COVID has done for us. And if we are not careful, climate change could have similar, if not worse, adverse impact. The vision for tourism industry of Bhutan is a green, sustainable, inclusive, and high value tourism. Green and sustainable are key components of our tourism vision. In fact, the whole tourism system is geared towards green and sustainable tourism, and there are many areas in tourism and structure that support and positively contribute towards green and sustainable practices. So our goal and our direction is very clear, to be green and a sustainable tourism destination. As I was asked to talk about maybe some of the initiatives that I feel that's very good in terms of contributing to climate, I want to share two such initiatives. But before I do that, again, like I said, I was doing some research and I came across this publication, Bhutan National Human Development Report, 2011, talks about sustaining progress, rising to the climate action, and it had 9 recommendations. Out of the 9 recommendations that I wanted to rate, I want to pick 2, which is the number 6, promote green industry, and number 9, enhance civil society active citizen participation, because it's very important to promote green industry, and also more so to engage and create awareness to the citizens about the climate action. So the first one I have is the example on green hotel certification program, a step towards promoting green industry. This very much aligns to the vision of tourism of Bhutan, and more importantly, it will contribute to urban climate change challenges, because most hotels in urban areas, and if not managed well, they can be a huge contributor to climate change. My office, the Tourism Council of Bhutan, the National Tourism Office, in collaboration with relevant agencies, are working on this Green Hotel Certification Program, which I feel as needed, and I feel that it should be mandatory for all destinations as we are talking about climate change, the adverse impacts of climate change. The framework for this Green Hotel Program is adapted from the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. And the goal of this Green Hotel, some of the goals are to encourage sustainable practices in the hotel industry, and also come up with best green hotel awards to promote green tourism. We are, of course, the recipient of the Green Destinations Bowl Award for a green destination. And under this Green Hotel Certification Program, we're also looking at tax exemption for eco-friendly hotels. And these, again, is very much in line with our Gross National Happiness Business Certification Program, which promotes green business practices. So this, I thought, it's very important and relevant for today's when we're talking about urban climate resilience, because most hotels are located in urban areas, and they can be, if not managed well, and if the policies and programs like this have not been put in place, I think we'll have a lot of adverse effects contributing to a lot of other climate issues. The other second example is the engagement of citizens. I find it very important. It's the individuals that will have a huge impact to climate action. So the cars that we drive, the waste that we produce, if you're not responsible, I think it adds up to a lot of things. And this is one example that I want to use. I feel it's important to create awareness and engage the citizens about the risks and dangers of climate change. The importance of the actions, whether it's small, as I put it here, no action is big or small. So in order to create awareness, one of the things that the Storm and Race Secretariat has done is initiated this challenge called the 41 Fun Challenge for Climate Action. So they had 5 teams, and under 5 teams, there are 41 challenges. These challenges are very easy, but very important. So the Secretariat, the Storm and Race Secretariat, provided incentives for people to participate in this kind of climate actions, the very simple actions. But what was so important is people don't realize that these actions are very easy, but very important. So some of the examples of, I'm sure, I think you don't have time to read through all these actions under each of the theme, but some of the things is like as simple as walking to office, carpooling. But if everybody does this on a regular basis, or even sometimes once or twice in a week, this plays quite a huge important role. And as I was mentioning at the beginning of my presentation, I can no more say there's no traffic jam. We have traffic jam. And I think we could, as we were talking about the landslides, Mr. Amani Kumar earlier mentioned about landslides. We had a minor landslide here, and there was a lot of rain for a couple of days. And I had got few telephone calls asking me, because my office is located next to the landslide, and then in areas where the traffic jam happens, asking me, are there a lot of cars? Then my answer was, there are a lot of cars. You divert. Even in this small city of Thimphu, we're having this crisis, and I think it's important that we create awareness and programs to such engagement, like the citizen engagement. So such initiatives to generate positive actions to mitigate climate change, I feel is very important. Citizens are at the core of climate action. You can have the best of policies, you can have the best of ideas, but if the citizens are not aware, if they're not contributing, if they're not responsible, I think then we probably would fail in what we're trying to achieve. And by the way, the Storm and Race with the tagline, the ultimate race for climate action is initiated to generate climate actions and awareness. So next year, October, they will organize the world's top ultra marathon here in Bhutan, of course, along the Storm and Trek, the most popular Storm and Trek. So that's one of the examples. And I was also asked to probably look at what are some of the issues and challenges. And like I said, I'm not a climate expert, but I want to share my challenges in terms of wanting to become a green citizen of Bhutan. One of the things is one of the things I love bicycling, and it's a great way to stay healthy and not to forget that we can save money. The fuel price is skyrocketing, and bicycling to offices and other places, it's healthy, it saves money, and also a great way to help mitigate climate action and climate change risks and dangers. But I don't feel safe especially at the core area of Thimphu, because it's so crowded, and also it's not healthy. I must say that the roads some of the roads are quite dirty. So cycling in Thimphu is one of the things that probably we could improve improve. I know the government is doing, the agencies involved are doing, Thomdi is the city municipal, it's doing their share of fare, but I think it's urgent. We must come up with bicycle-friendly infrastructure. I've lived in other countries where they have fantastic bicycle lanes and infrastructure. Similarly, so bicycle-friendly infrastructure. Similarly, the other thing is, one of my dreams is actually to drive a small electric car. But the current electric cars that are there in the market I can't afford them. It's quite expensive. And some of my colleagues who have told me that they can afford it, but they're very skeptical of the durability of the vehicle, the life of the batteries, how they can change it. So I feel that these are the two examples that I want to share here today as part of the urban climate resilience seminar. So these are, of course, I have a few other things that I want to share, but because we are given only 8 minutes, and I was looking at the time that I could actually be talking. So I want to only use these two examples of how our government and agencies have done work on some things like that, but we need to actually do more, and it's very urgent, and find better solutions, support and encourage citizens to be green citizens. So these are the two examples, but I think just as I initially mentioned, I'm not an expert of climate change, but give a perspective of, as an individual wanting to be part of this climate action, should share a bit on tourism, the green hotel certification program. Of course, there are other things that I can share, but I don't have enough time here. And at the same time, under the issues and challenges of what I aspire to see for the urban areas in Bhutan, as a citizen who cares for the climate and of course the country. Of course, Bhutan, we have a beautiful country, Bhutan. So these are some of the things that I want to share. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to talk about briefly on the topic that I'm really not familiar. Dasho, thank you for giving me an opportunity to go ahead. Like I said yesterday when we were talking, I was a bit nervous to be sitting with the expert here, but now I feel very relieved, and for giving me this few minutes ahead to really relieve myself. Thank you very much, Dasho, and thank you, Kas and Ikli, for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for your interventions. Maybe then I will go to Honorable Mr. Dasho. The floor is yours, sir.
Well spoken. Is it okay for me to start now, Imani?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Very good day to everybody. And congratulations to all the previous speakers. You were all wonderful, excellent, and you make me very proud to know that our country is now, we're getting there, and things are going to happen, and good things are happening in this country. I'm very proud of all of you. I know that you all have very difficult tasks ahead of you in your jobs. It's not easy at all, because you are facing the legacy of bums like myself who made all these mistakes. To let you know, which many of you may not know, but in the late 80s and up to 1991, before I went to Geneva as ambassador, I had the portfolio for social services, which was health, education, and then the precursor of the Ministry of Human Settlements, which was then the PWD. So we did a lot of the planning in the town and the selection of the sewage sites and whatnot. But all said and done, things are happening, and I'd like to, before I start, commend Dr. Ugen M. Tenzing in bringing out that point, hitting home, which I'm going to now mention, is urbanization is a new phenomenon in Bhutan. Now, I've grown up in known Bhutan from the days when we were a totally rural society, and coming through all the little urban settlements right to what has now they've come into major settlements, to urban settlements today, such as Pinsoling, Thimphu, and Paro, and in the east, Tashigang, Monga, and they're still growing. So when we're doing urban settlements, there is no room, I've found in my experience, for petty minds or small thinkers. You have to think big and plan properly, and you must be generous in your planning. So this is very important. And the other point, which was also mentioned by one of the earlier speakers, is you must be accountable. The Thomdes must be more accountable and more proactive and interact with the public. Much more be accountable. It's very important for the public to know what you're doing and why you're doing and what were the decisions behind it. Coming to the Honorable Director General of the RSTA, when we talk about electric car system. Damchu, you know, this electric car system is the future of Bhutan. And if we're going to have a future of Bhutan, then there must be investment. We cannot wait 1-2 years for electric car chargers to be put around the country. These are programs which must receive immense priority and investment and immediate. It's like trying to sell a car and then say, there's no petrol. Then who's going to buy your electric cars? So you have to have all these things in place. You have to have the support staff to repair these chargers. There's one charger which I know has been there for last 2 months, which has not been repaired. I'm sure it's a very simple computer thing, but there's nobody capable or with the computer knowledge to repair that. So these things. And now coming, I know, Imani, you want me to speak on GNH, but I'll come to that very, very quickly. But when we talk to Bhutan is carbon neutral today, it's wonderful. It's really a great achievement Bhutan has made. But it came with a price. It just didn't happen. It came with decisions. It came with political leadership, political will and support. And to that, I have to, look to His Majesty, our great fourth, for his political decision. I'm talking about those days when we had no money, we were very poor. And we went with the slogan, we will forego short-term gains and goals for the long-term interests of Bhutan. It's payoff time, but it's not paying off quite yet. So I think the global community should realize that Bhutan became carbon neutral because we gave up, we sacrificed immediate development plans for future goals, for future benefit for our people. People must realize this, and people must make sure that we are rewarded for this. It's very, very important. And I must say, I'm so glad that I have a wonderful audience over here to whom I can appeal to, because you are the future leaders of Bhutan. You are the decision makers. And it is you who will carry the baton, and you are carrying the baton. Carry it well, carry it responsibly. There's much to be done in this country. So coming to GNH also, when we come to GNH, I'm afraid that agree to agree and agree to disagree, okay? I may have my views, the government has their views, but GNH came at a time when His Majesty first spoke about it in a very different situation, in a very different scenario. Since those days when we talked about gross national happiness, much water has flowed under the bridge. Scenarios have changed, focuses have changed, ideas have changed, people have changed, the economy has changed, governments have changed, and many things have changed, but we still have that principle. And one of those principles His Majesty said was, forget about these great big bloody pillars. It was very simple. Our value system, our cultural values, our respect for our elders and our teachers, those very simple values. He said, I'm going to bring development into this country, and there's many good things are going to happen. But while we're getting all this happening, we mustn't be carried away by this new wealth which will come to us, because we must not lose these value systems. And many countries have lost it because of development. But if we lose it, we will never be able to buy it back. So let us treasure these value systems that we have and look after it. And that is gross national happiness, more important than GDP. Today, of course, people look at it differently. People look at it whether you have a car, whether you have a fridge, how you have a home. Those are not, in my ideas, a great idea of GNH. These are ideas of GPH, gross personal happiness. We're talking about national happiness. Everybody seems to have dropped the national bit. So when we talk of gross national happiness today, I look at it like a holy grail, something beautiful. It's a beautiful thing to go and achieve for. a goal, the holy grail. And every time you get closer to it, it goes further away because focuses change, people change. And if it doesn't change, then dead. So we keep moving towards that. And how do we find out whether we're going towards gross national happiness? Is I look at it at indicators. Indicators pointing to democracy, human rights, justice for all, environmental governance, good government governance, health for all, education for all, and all these many things which are in the right, the indicators, if they're in the right direction and our government is moving in that direction toward that and our country is moving, then I say we are heading towards gross national happiness. That is my personal take on gross national happiness. I hope this will make a small contribution. There's not much else I can say, but thank all the presenters and the presenters to be for being on this and for bearing with me. I wish you all success in all your careers. I'm sure many of you are going to be ministers and whatnot one day, and I wish you all very well in that. And please carry that baton with pride, with responsibility, and with integrity. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dasho. I think your words and with your authority, what you are saying, sir, that is more important, I think. And the difference what you are giving between the personal happiness and national happiness, I think that point, yes, I agree. And first time I'm also hearing that the difference what you are clearly bringing that up, and what His Majesty has thought about, and what we are, maybe my generation or maybe the next generation, what they are looking at their personal happiness rather than the national happiness. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. I think the words what you have clearly given us, I think what you have shown us when you were there in the power, and what you are telling us now where we should go, I think that is also a great statement and a great direction to all of us to take it forward with all your national people, and also maybe the outsiders who visit your country and support you on that. Thank you for your time and for your kind words and guidance what you have given. Maybe I'll just take up one or two more questions which we have related to the climate change, and then I will just then hand it over to my colleague for the next session. Your presentation, Damcho, I think they were asking a PDF version of yours. I hope that is okay with you, and we can share it with people.
Please do. Thank you.
And also the climate change handbook, which they are saying that maybe a link of that, if you can also share it with us.
Sure.
Some of them is looking into that.
It's on. I can share the link. Sure. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you. And one of the questions, I think maybe I'll just combine these questions, and any of our previous speaker, Ms. Kungjang or Dr. Tulsi or Damcho, if you can also talk about what is the scale of impact due to the increasing snow and glacier melting on human settlements and agriculture. This is the question has come in the Q&A. What is the scale of impact due to increasing snow and glacier melting on the human settlements as well as agriculture? And another question came up in the previous session also. As a country situated in a climate determining climate impact sensitive region, have there been any significant issues related to the climate change, and especially have there been any impacts on urban and rural settlements, internal migration, etc., including the infrastructure? Can any one of you out of the three, Ms. Kungjang, Dr. Tulsi or Damcho, you want to add anything further on that? Human settlements, internal migration, resilient infrastructure, and the climate change impacts on glacier melting because of that. Is there anything happening on your human settlements? Anything?
Mr. Imani, I'll let the two other experts answer these two questions. Thank you.
Ma'am,
yeah, Mr. Imani, thank you very much for this. I I think, especially from the presentation made by Ms. Tulsi, kind of made clear on this one. But let me reemphasize that given in the mountainous area with the very huge number of glaciers with potentially retreating at really high rate, and data actually supports that. Every year it's the retreating rate is really going high. And given our population settlement, 70% along the riverside, it's really a challenging. We do have number of evidences, whereby there are flash floods, there are the glacier melting and impacts. So the kind of scale of impact is really increasing, while the initiatives such as early warning center, early warning systems, as well as adaptive work along the glacier to make sure that the retreating doesn't really happen at the alarming rates are ongoing. It's really resource based, and a lot of efforts and resources actually goes in there. But there is so much you can do. Adaptive it's in climate nomenclature. It's the glacier retreating is happening, but we can only slow down, and to what extent we can do. And with the disaster management and the meteorology center, along with the National Environment Commission, we have the zonation. For instance, if you talk about Punakha Valley, we do have a zonation whereby major part of our population are in the red zone. So we made sure there is, the early warning system, whereby if there's anything happening upstream, then our people are informed. They do have enough time and resources to do that. So having said that, with all the initiatives and system in place, we do have a lot of challenges. Challenges are gigantic because given in the mountain area, there is so much, only little land which is left for people for settlement, cultivation, so on and so forth. So to sum up, the scale of impact it's very significant. So I'll leave it there, and also other experts to actually add on there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Dr. Tulsi, you want to add anything?
Yeah, Imani.
Yes, Mr. Dashu.
May I have a few words on this?
Please, sir. Go ahead.
I've been following and studying our glaciers since 1994, when we had the first recent era bluff. And it was during my watch that it happened, and the reasons why it happened. And I sent people up to see what was happening up in the glaciers. And glaciers that was in 1994 were receding at something like 500 meters in every few years. And it was an alarming rate. All this was written and foreseen as would happen in 200 years' time by Professor Gansa, who was a great geologist who went up to the Bhutan Himalayas and studied all these glaciers. But what he predicted would happen in 200 to 300 years happened in 50 years. In 50 years. And now forget about our retreating glaciers. Glaciers are disappearing. In the Jumulari range, I know for a fact, a friend of mine who went up there, flew over it, said, Tashubenji, 3 glaciers have just disappeared. There's no sign of them except the moraine traces that there was a glacier there. And going in retrospect to that, I've been telling, and I've been having fights with the Chuka Hydro project, the previous Mr. Rao, who was then there. Mr. Rao, you guys are lying. You are not generating the energy that you should be generating, because the water, the water levels are going down. I can see it. You can see it with your own eyes. In the Paru River it's become a trickle in the winter. And from, I don't know, 328 or 326 or 30 megawatts that Chuka was supposed to produce in the low winter season in those days was down to less than 15 megawatts. And today, I think it's something like 5 megawatts. I mean, they can barely run. There's so little water. And that is where we have to now think that we have put out so much investment into these hydropower projects. And will they, we have to look at other options, because these things, when they don't produce the amount of energy they're supposed to produce, then become a liability and cost more to maintain than but they only produce energy at peak hours during the peak seasons. That's the monsoon season, and that's 5 to 6 months a year. And even then we have problems like this morning's papers just read that the waters on the Thimphu River and the Wangchu Basin was so thick like cement that the Tala Hydel project has to shut down because they couldn't desilt fast enough for the water to go into the tunnels. Otherwise, they would ruin the turbines. So these are some of the things which are faced. It's not only the natural disasters which are imminent, which I've been saying for so many days. I hate to be that predictor of doom, but there are also the economic factors involved. Yes, and we have to take a serious think on how we're going to go about with our hydropower projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dasho. I completely agree with your points. I think, yeah, that's a major concern for your country, and also we are though below the Himalayas, but we also have a lot of issues in India facing on that. Dr. Tulsi, you want to add anything on the agricultural, madam? The link glaciers retreating and the link on the agriculture? You're an agricultural scientist.
Most of the things are already covered by Joshua and Madam. But still, what I feel is these are some of the experiences that I have seen among the communities in different parts of Bhutan, and that is what they have shared, and especially in terms of drying of the lakes and springs and streams. And I'm sure, I mean, some of the reasons why some of the lakes are drying up and some of the springs and streams that were there for so long are drying up. All these are somehow the other related to the glacier retreating and melting. And that is, I mean, something very, very worrisome, especially in terms of agriculture, where we are so much dependent on, because and agriculture in Bhutan is rain-fed mostly, and we have very limited irrigated land. And when climate change is happening in this way, and our spring and water sources are drying up, that is something very, I mean, worrying. And I mean, accordingly, I mean, Ministry of Agriculture, I mean, we are working on, looking for some of those varieties which are more resistant to drought. I mean, I think there is so much to do to really go along with what is happening in the country and in the world because of this impact of climate change, and also I think some of the maladaptations, because we have so limited land, and then the farmers, I mean, they have to go for cultivation, whether it is in a very, very land, what you call prone, I mean, disaster prone areas or not. And our cultivation practices are also not very sustainable. So the Sustainable Land Management project under the Ministry of Agriculture is also working on, making these agricultural practices sustainable, especially in hilly areas, so that I think the silting could be one of the reasons for this silting could be the agriculture practices that are happening upstream, and how we can, I think it's very important that we work, how we can kind of help these farmers protect their land, so that silting downstream in the hydropowers are also controlled. And then so in terms of payment for this ecosystem services, I think these are some of the areas that we need to look into, so that farmers are also encouraged to protect their land, not only for their own cultivation, but also it has other benefits, down the line, especially where we are investing so much, that is hydropower. I think that is what I would like to add on, apart from the pests and diseases that is, impacting agriculture, and drought, and these are some of the things that are there, and it is increasing. And I think it's important that we go with the trend, and then we find solutions gradually, but we have to go with the changes that are happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that's a very important point what you have brought up. I want to stop here in this session, if that is okay. I think we are running late, and it's already too late for the next session. I just want to thank Ms. Kunjang, Dr. Tulsi, Mr. Dasho, and Damcho. Thanks for all your time and your viewpoints. I think very, very well taken. Thank you once again from your busy schedules. Dasho, thanks a lot, sir. Nice to see you here. And we will come back. We'll have further discussions with all of you, maybe on the climate resilience on that. So with this, I just want to close this session, and I will hand it over to my colleague, Mr. Ashish Rao Gorpade, who is the Deputy Director with the ICLEI South Asia office, and he will talk about more on the transportation, sustainable transport. Ashish, can you take it over?
Thank you, Kumar sir. Thank you, everyone. Greetings, Kuzazangpula. This is the third technical session, and we're going to be talking about sustainable urban transport within this session. I'd like to begin by announcing all the panelists. Today, we have with us in this session, Mr. Sitar Dorji, who is the Chief Transport Officer of RSTA. We also have with us Mr. Sangay Dorji, who's the Director, City Bus Service of Thimphu. As discussants, we have with us Mr. Dorji Galson, who's the Chief Engineer from the Department of Roads of Ministry of Works and Human Settlements. And also Mr. Sonam Jansto, who's the Executive Director of the Bhutan Taxi Association. We are also joined by Ms. Megha Sarman in this session, who represents KAF from Singapore and who also manages the program within which we are holding this webinar. So welcome all of you, and thank you for joining us as speakers. We're looking forward to a very interesting session. Just wanted to say that we are running a little late, so it'll be very useful if all of your points that you want to share, you keep within the time limits that we are working with. To begin the discussion, I'd like to share a little bit of background. If I can have the next slide, please. Of course, we've had the advantage of having Mr. Tashi Dawa in the opening session, wherein he's been able to give us an entire background of how urban transport is being managed and thought of in Bhutan. But there are some points that maybe I can mention, reminding us of the situation currently. So we have rapid urbanization and growing transport demand. Road transport is regularly disrupted across cities in Bhutan due to landslides and flooding, climate issues. The responsibilities within transport are spread across many agencies within the government and also other agencies in the private, as we would hear about later. There's rapid motorization, but public transport initiatives are something that requires attention. We heard of this from Mr. Damcho, we heard of this from, I think, also Mr. Benji Dasho, and due to that, there is increase in number of vehicles within urban centers, causing congestion, causing parking issues, causing pollution. And so there are emissions specifically due to these transport activities focused on ICE vehicles. That's something that needs addressing. And I understand that national government together with the local authorities is working towards electrification, working towards sustainable urban transport. And we'd like to know more about this as we move on and hear from the speakers. If I can have the next slide, please. So we've had the opportunity of working a little bit in Thimphu, and what we see in Thimphu are some of these issues that require attention. We have facilities for public bus services. We have infrastructure that allows people to walk, but there's more attention needed on that. How taxi services operate, there are concerns, and that's something that is being looked at also with the electrification perspective, needs further discussion, and we'd hear more about it. And of course, there's a major increase in private cars within the city, and we see it from the next slide, causing congestion and parking issues. Maybe another slide as well. If we can move to the next slide. So these are pictures of situation within the core city, and then how we see a demand for public transport in the periphery areas in the cities as well. Next slide, please. There are a number of actions that have been thought of by cities. This is an example of Thimphu. We are talking about all of the activities that one should be thinking of, but these are plans, and action on implementation, on changing the situation is something that is needed. And would like to hear from the speakers, the panelists, on how this is being addressed. I want to also mention, the slide can be taken off. I want to also mention that as we talk about examples from Thimphu, it would be great to also hear how urban transport is being addressed in other cities. So Phinchuling, Gelifu, Samdrup Jongkhar, Trashigang, Pemagatsel, maybe Mongar. It would be good to know about how we are looking at urban transport across cities in Bhutan, and whether there are any good initiatives, there are any specific challenges that you would like to share that we can probably discuss a little bit more about and see how those can be addressed. So maybe we build on this, and anything else that you want to share as well would be good to hear from you. I stop here, and I'd like to invite Mr. Sitar Dorji to share his thoughts in terms of how we can talk about urban transport in Bhutan. Sitar sir.
Good afternoon to all, Excellencies, Honorable Dashos, and distinguished participants. Well, I was asked to talk on the sustainable transport system in the country, and my presentation will not be focused on the urban transport. We have as a director of city bus services who will be talking on more on the urban transport system. I will give situation how the transport system looks like in the country in Bhutan, the current situation, and some statistics on how transport system in the country works. In my presentation, I'll just briefly touch on what sustainable transport actually means, why we need to have a sustainable transport system in Bhutan, and just to give you whether our system, the existing system in the country is sustainable. And talking on that, I'll show you the motorization trend and how it leads to a problem in the transport system. How can we make transport system sustainable, and what are the initiatives that government has undertaken so far, challenges and way forward. as we all know that transport is a key enabler of development as it facilitates mobility and enable access to markets, employment, health services, social interaction, and world beyond. So transport basically talks about mobilities of goods and people, and to achieve the intended goal of the transport system, it need to be sustainable. But what does sustainable transport actually means? So it refers to a transport system that supports the mobility needs of society in a manner that is least damageable to the environment. It mostly talks about the green transportations. And also the transport system that does not impair the mobility needs of future generation, just looking at the current need, and we do not look into the other the future needs. So we need it takes into consideration both the need for future and the current. So balancing our current and future needs and ensure that promotes equity within and between the successive generations, which also talks about the inclusiveness of the current situation. And also the sustainable transport also talks about the safety, affordable, efficient, effective, and inclusive. Sustainable transport concept is much wider and is a very holistic approach to the transport system. Why sustainable transport? Why it is important? I just mentioned a quote from Under Secretary General for the Economic and Social Affairs UN states. During the first Global Sustainable Transport Conference, which was held in 2016, I had a privilege to attend in Turkmenistan. And there he said that without sustainable transport system, there will be no lasting progress on climate action. Without sustainable transport, there will be no lasting progress on sustainable development goals. Sustainable transport drives sustainable development. There are number of SDGs target directly linked to transport, including SDG 3 on health, increased road safety, SDG 7 on energy, SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth, SDG 11 on sustainable cities, access to transport and expand public transport, SDG 12 on sustainable consumption and production, ending fossil fuel subsidies, and the energy security. So sustainable transport will enable the implementation of nearly all sustainable development goals. So the importance of sustainable transport system. Now to talk about the transportation system in Bhutan and to see whether the transportation system that we have in Bhutan is sustainable, I'll just give you the current scenario in the transport sector in the Bhutan. Currently in Bhutan, these are the modes, the mix of transportation options that are available and that are being used in the country. Road being the most dominant, passenger and freight transport within the country, and also with the neighboring India for freight transport as well as passenger. Air transport growing its importance, and mostly with the international connectivity. And we also now introduced our domestic air services and helicopter services. Working is still common in a rural area where there is a lack of the road connectivity in other modes of transport connectivity. And ponies are still used in the rural areas, and bicycles, use of bicycle in urban center is picking up, but absence of dedicated bicycling lanes, hilly road conditions, the terrains, all such kind of the limitations are hindering the use of the uptake of the bicycle modes of transportation. To talk about the sustainability of the transport, firstly, I think it's important to see how our motorization trends look like. As of December 2020, for a small country like Bhutan, the vehicle population has reached to 112,000 more than 112,000 vehicles, which has increased more than three times comparing to 2007, which was just 35,000, and now the 112,000 vehicles. So on average, annual growth rate of a vehicle, although due to COVID, I think even the COVID has not deterred the people from importing car, owning a private car. So the average growth for last 3 years has been observed at 6%. And as my director mentioned this morning, that average, taking the 2017 population and the vehicle population as of December 2020, the roughly 7 Bhutanese own one car. So the vehicle population has really grown up. Just looking at the regional distribution of the vehicle in Bhutan, in the transport sector, we have we have divided our country into 5 regions. Among the 5 regions, Thimphu has the maximum, or the more than 50% of vehicle population is concentrated in Thimphu. So, with an average household size of 4.2 person, according to the BLSS, Bhutan Living Standard Survey 2017, it's estimated that an average each household in a capital has 2 cars. Phinxling has the second highest vehicle population, and Mongar region has the least number of the vehicle number. I just wanted to clarify here, Mongar region has been established very late. So I think when we look into the statistics, the registration in Mongar region is showing less, but the number of cars will be more than what is registered in that particular area. Different categories of vehicles. There is an increasing trend towards private vehicle ownership to meet their transport demand in the country. Of total vehicle number, more than 64% falls under light vehicle category, which means all the small cars, and taxis account for 5.16%. The share of electric car is just 1.2%, or as of December, it is 2020. It is 133 vehicles registered with the department. So, but what contributes towards the increasing number of vehicles, leading to unsustainable the transport system in the country? So I have listed down around 8 factors that various studies conducted so far points out. The population growth, increasing demand for transport, and for the last mile connectivities. Second, the increasing in disposable income. The more disposable income people have, the more demand for vehicle increases. The third one is underperforming public transport system and inadequate public transport buses. So unattractive, our city bus director will present the situation of the city bus later after me. So because of underperforming the unreliable urban transport system, people opt to go for individual car to meet their transport demand. Easy access to financing, loan. So our financial institutions are readily available to finance the purchase of car. This also adding towards the increasing number of cars. Vehicle quota, it's civil servants and some organization gets the vehicle quota. This is also one area that adds to, because although the taxes, the import taxes of the car has improved, but the vehicle quota, that privileged ones, still brings in the car without the taxes at a very low or cheaper rate. That also adds to the number of vehicle number. Social status. Even when there are urban transport, means of transport system, city bus and all, people prefer to drive their own car, which is attached to their social status. And the pool vehicles in the governments, the increasing number of pool vehicles, government keeps on buying the pool vehicles. And lastly, the lack of alternative mode of transport. We do not have other mass transit options like a train or other cable cars or any other modes of transport. So road being the dominant transport mode, so the number of vehicles also increases every year. So what are the impact of the increasing vehicle population? Firstly, the pollution. Transport sector is responsible for about 60% of energy sector emissions, amounting to approximately 398,829 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent emission in 2019. And this is likely to increase to 1.25 million metric tons by 2050 under the business as usual if we don't change our way of doing things in the transport sector. It's going to get worsened. Most significant rise in GNH emission is expected from the light vehicle, since the light vehicle numbers are growing every year, followed by the medium vehicle and the heavy vehicles. Heavy vehicles here are mostly on the freight transport. Traffic congestion. In 2011, the study, IFC study, it shows that with just 62,707 vehicle population in 2011, certain crucial roads in Thimphu, Thomde were already operating at at its capacity. Although some expansion of road within Thimphu, Thomde has undertaken after 2011, but the total vehicle population has almost doubled by now. So this shows the level of traffic congestions that is already being felt by the urban cities like Thimphu. Further, the same study points out that if we do not do anything, and if we continue as a business as usual, it will lead to huge congestion and reduce the average speed limit along the road within the Thimphu Thomde to less than 10 km per hour by 2030. That's increasing the double time and adding to all other socio-economic impact. Likewise, most heavily trafficked road Thimphu Finsling would be carrying up to 10,000 vehicles per day by 2040. So which means the highway which is most busy, the Thimphu and Finsling highway, will be carrying around 10,000 vehicles per day. That was as per the Bhutan Transport Vision 2040 study done in 2011. We have not undertaken any study to validate the current situation, and this year we are planning to do some study on this. The third impact, the social and economic cost. As per the recent study done while carrying out the preparation of the EV roadmap, it has indicated that the adverse impact on human health because of the pollution and the increasing number of vehicles, the total indirect economic impact due to pollutant by 2035 is estimated to be 282 million. And there is also, as indicated by the statistics, with the increase in number of vehicles, the road crashes are increasing, the fatalities are increasing, that both have a social and economic cost. Increasing fossil fuel import, as my director mentioned, in 2018, it was around 10 billion. And by 2035, the gasoline and diesel consumption due to road transport sector is expected to reach 139.1 million liter and 316.8 million liters annually. This will not only exert budgetary pressure on foreign exchange account, but also expose country to energy security risks. So how do we make transport system sustainable? There is no one-size-fits-all universal solution action to make the transport sector more sustainable. However, we need to recognize the unique context when trying to transport and implement the international best practices that is being implemented elsewhere. So the best and most appropriate strategy that internationally adopted is avoid shift framework. Avoid reducing the need to travel, then land use planning, the online services, and many such kind of interventions. Shift, changing the mode choice, or at least keep the mode share of non-motorized transport, and improve increasing the energy efficiency of vehicle, fuels, transportation, and operations. Some of these strategies will reduce the greenhouse emission. Some will improve the road safety and increase the efficiency of transport system. Other can incentivize people to switch from car to more sustainable mode of transport, such as walking, cycling, and public transport. So these are some models, I think, the most appropriate models that are being used internationally. Just wanted to give you a feel of what, having talked about the situation, current situation in the transport system, what government interventions and initiatives have been taken so far to make our transport system more sustainable. On the policy front, government has banned import of second-hand cars since 1999, and the temporary ban on import of vehicles since March 2012 till 2014. This was basically done to I think because government was country was facing the rupee crunch. That was the I think the tool used to overcome that rupee crunch. Third one, green tax on import of motor vehicles started since 2012, and 5% green tax on fuel was imposed from July 2014. Revision of tax on import of vehicle, making it more expensive to own a car since 2014, and ban on registration of new taxis in Thimphu and Finchley in 2015. But from February 2019, we have again lifted the ban on the taxis. Introduction of parking fees in Thimphu and few other major towns in the country, and very lately in the Thimphu cities, the parking fees has now again increased to make it very expensive to drive and park the car within the Thimphu cities. Introduction, exemption of vehicle taxes for EV to encourage people to move from a fossil fuel car to electric vehicle. Executive order was also issued that all purchases and replacement of government vehicle henceforth to be EV unless separate approval is granted. Vehicle import quota rules 2019 has also now come up with the monetization option for people who opt not to buy a car, and people who opt to buy an electric car is given the monetary benefit because they don't have to pay the tax. So they are again further given the monetary benefit to buy a 0.350 million to purchase an electric car. Currently, 20% capital subsidy under the JEF assisted low emission sustainable transport system project, which is aimed at replacing 300 conventional taxis by e-taxis, and this 20% might be taken forward as recommended by the EV Roadmap 2020. And free charging is provided currently for all the electric car owners. And also to differentiate and to encourage people to own an electric car, government has also initiated providing a different registration number plate which is green in color. And further, government has also taken up to provide facilitate 70% of vehicle loan and repayment period from increase from 5 to 7 years to encourage people to buy an electric car. Government has also to enhance coordination, to improve efficiencies in service provision. Government has transport city bus services from Bhutan Post to Thomde under the direct control of Thompen, and subsidy in form of interest on loan is being provided to the bus operator providing services on the non-profitable routes. This is mainly to ensure the last mile connectivity towards the remote areas. Income tax holiday for 5 years to taxis or car hire services are also provided. Sell tax and custom duty for buses and trucks used by passenger transport are also entitled for this the financial incentives. On the strategies and master plan, the following master plans and strategies are already developed and in place. Bhutan Transport Vision 2040, Integrated Strategic Vision 2040, developed in 2011. This provides a long-term strategy for the sustainable development and sustainable transport development in the country. We also have Bhutan Urban Transport System done in 2011 by IFC. We have Intelligent Transport System feasibility study done in 2015. Pre-feasibility study for investigate the potential mass transit option for Bhutan 2017. And we have low emission development strategy surface transport 2021 to 2050 and EV roadmap for Bhutan 2022-2035. In terms of strategies and master plans, we do have the documents ready for implementation, and it reflects all the needs, current challenges, and way forward for the transport sector. Government intervention. So ongoing intervention initiatives that are being undertaken, as already mentioned by my director this morning. We have Jeff assisted EV, the replacement of 300 taxis by the e-taxis, and also under this project 25 charging stations in 15 charging stations in 15 numbers of DC direct charging and fast charging, and 10 numbers of the 22 kilowatt charging under construction. I think some are already inaugurated in Thimphu, and this under this project it will cover Phinsiling, Paro, Ha, Punakha, and Wangdi, and BRT system as being undertaken by our Thomde, and city bus services enhancement, addition of bus fleets, which will be, I think, presented by Director City Bus Services. So we are also in the process of revising our transport policy. It has been the revision started since 2016, and we are still undertaking the studies, and it will be soon be put up for the approval to the government. And lastly, we are continuously engaging in inter-district public transport service connecting different places, focusing on last mile connectivity. Just to mention very briefly, I have just mentioned three challenges in the transport sector to make it more sustainable. Firstly, we have a fragmented policies, approaches, responsibilities among the agencies that are responsible for transport sector. So unless we bring it together under a single lead agencies, the approaches, the initiatives, that there will be duplications, there will be coordination issues, and achieving a sustainable transport will be very difficult. Third one, under-resourced, transport sectors is under-resourced. We have lacking overall capacity to plan, execute, maintain, and deliver affordable, sustainable transport infrastructure, as well as the transport services and system. So these are the broad three challenges that I have just mentioned that we need to overcome to make this transport system sustainable. Way forward, set clear priorities. We cannot do everything at the same time. I think it's very important to have priorities set than doing in unplanned manner as and when we get the budget, the funding supports and all. We need to set clear priority in transport sector. Enhance strong coordination and collaboration among agencies. I think there is a need for single lead agencies to lead this transport sector. Enhance and improve urban transport system, congestion pricings, integrated land use pricings, scrapping policies. I think Bhutan do not have a scrapping policies at the moment, and through our transport policy, we are trying to come out with a scrapping policy, but we are not very sure how to go about, whether we should go about looking at the age of the cars, or whether should we consider other parameters to for the scrapping policies. But it's being undertaken, and it's important to take have a scrapping policy in place to reduce the traffic congestion, especially in urban cities. Implement LEDs transport and EV roadmaps. These are very good roadmaps looking at the time horizon of 2035 in case of EV roadmap and 2050 in case of LEDs transport. We need to take ownership. We need to, government should implement, fund, provide the resources to implement these strategies which are already planned. Carpooling may be encouraged. I'm just saying encourage because it will be, I don't know whether it will really materialize in our country given various reasons, people not willing to share the car and all. And consider the last mile connectivities. So government should continue with the subsidy for the transport services and explore the possibility and implementing the mass transit options. Already the government has declared, announced that the study to establish a rail transit between Paro and Thimphu will be undertaken. I think the study is undergoing, and explore other alternative modes of transport. See whether we can have the waterways, inland waterways, cable cars, and so on, and rail network, especially from Thimphu to Phinseling, to reduce the freight transport cost. So a number of trucks carrying the freight transport. So these are some of the options that I have mentioned here. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Sitar sir. I think very comprehensive presentation. You helped us understand the situation of transport in general across the country. And it seems like a lot of initiatives have been thought of and plans are in place. I hope the citizens support as well to be able to execute them and have results that they would like to be benefiting from as well. Also wanted to mention, I was wondering as you were sharing the slides, if there's any thinking on goods movement, on freight in the country, and you ended up also sharing thoughts on that. So I think this covers everything, and this has been very useful for everybody. Thank you again. I'd like to, moving on, request Mr. Sangay Dorji, Director, City Bus Service, Thimphu, to kindly share his presentation and thoughts. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ashish, and good afternoon, Excellencies, star shows, organizers, and distinguished guests. I'll directly focus on the urban transport system because most of the sustainability of public transport has been covered by Mr. Sita. So I'll directly focus on urban transport. Next slide. To start with urban transport system, we have a vision and mission like a people-centric city bus service, which is safe, reliable, affordable, and comfortable city bus service within the Thomde city. Mission is to provide an efficient, safe, reliable, comfortable, and affordable city bus service, which includes people with disability, elderly citizens, pregnant women, women with toddlers, and recently we have included monks and nuns also, to serve this society at large without any profit motive, because ours is a social obligation. So we are not going after the profit. To plan, develop, and manage city bus service within the Thomde area. Next, please. Sustainable transport means like mainly we are focusing on the mode of travel we choose and its impact on the environment and climate. Examples as mentioned by Mr. Sithoy Chief. Walking, bicycle, nowadays skateboards are also coming up. So zero and low emission vehicles like electric and hybrid cars. Citybus is already looking into piloting 2 electric buses in the coming year. So also focusing on public transportation wherever feasible. And as mentioned by Mr. Sita, carpooling among the co-workers and students. I think we have already piloted in 2 schools and it has become a successful story in last 2 months. So we are also trying to focus on other schools after the summer break. Next, please. Benefits of sustainable transport. like reduction in GHG. Most of the emissions in the transport sectors are from the private cars. So switching to public transport over the private cars is the best way to reduce emission and help save the environment. It will also help in improving the health of the public. Switching over public transport like city bus service will also reduce the traffic congestion on the road, and it will also improve in the economic of the country, like balance of payment and balance rotate, because as mentioned by Mr. Sitha, as per the report mentioned in RSTA, we have already imported 114,000 plus vehicles as of today, and 61,000 plus is already registered in the Thimphu area. So, so to improve such traffic congestion within the Thomde area, we have already planned few activities here. At national level, EV roadmap has been already adopted. Low emission development strategy on surface transport has been already launched with support from UNDP and important stakeholders like RSTA and ministries. Pipeline projects focusing on reducing transport emission and other core values are like, we have already started procuring 27 new buses. It will reach Bhutan in within August end, and we are planning to launch in November. So we are coming up with a smart car system in all the buses to make it more convenient for people to use city bus service. We are coming up with GPS. Then we have developed a new route system for the buses, so that presently we are having a few routes within the city only. So we are focusing now to make the city bus more rich within the Thomde areas, like to every corner of the Thimphu. So we are also planning to develop bus bays, bus stops, and bus shelters with support from Thomde. We are coming up with 2 bus depots at south and north, and we are also started making a command center within the office so that we can control the movement of buses from the office. We have launched mobile app, which will be more helpful for public to see and get news on the city bus service, and it will also encourage them to switch over to public service, because it will give more information on the buses, on its time, route, and other developing status. So with support from UNIDO, we are also coming up with 2 electric buses in the coming years. We have already developed a working group. Steering committee consists from ministries, important ministries, and we have developed tender documents also. So now in next coming months, we are planning to meet with steering committees and to float a tender to get to pull the important stakeholders to supply these 2 electric buses. Next, now challenges faced by city bus services, like we are still waiting for the urban transport policy. We do have a transport policy on the interstate, but we don't have urban transport policy. So we have requested the relevant stakeholders to come up with urban transport policy. Second one is we don't have a dedicated bus lane due to space constraints. So that is also one of the discouraging factors for people to use their own cars over the bus, because when the cars get stuck in the traffic congestion, our bus is also stuck there. So it's more convenient for people to use their own cars. Now, third one is importance and urgency of public transport is compromised, because of, as mentioned by Chief RSTA, is mainly due to the people on their status, because they think that traveling by the public transport is for the low income group, and so people, they mainly choose for the their own private cars. And second one is due to the accessibility because we do have a bus on the road, but we don't have a proper accessibility built within the area to get into the bus. So we are also now with new route system. We are also coming up with bus sheds, new bus stops, and we are rerouting all the bus routes so that people can have a easy accessibility to the public transport. And we also have a problem with the people thinking that now city bus service as of now is laid back mainly because of the stakeholders, many stakeholders involved in improving the city bus service. Now, as mentioned by Chief RST, we have cleared that path, and now we are already under Thomde, directly reporting to Thompen, so that in the future, I think we will ensure that we will improve public transport within the Thomde area at its best level. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Sange. I think the presentation helped us understand a little bit more about city bus service functioning in Thimphu. Thank you for that. I think moving on in the list of panelists, I'm going to request Mr. Dorji Gyaltsen, Chief Engineer from the Department of Roads, to please share his thoughts, any reactions or additional points also that you want to let us know. Sir.
Thank you, Ashish. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and good afternoon and good evening to everyone. Working for an agency responsible for construction of infrastructure, particularly the road infrastructure, I will basically be talking on the sustainability of the physical road infrastructure. Sorry, I could not make a presentation, but nevertheless, I hope I'll do the justice. In the overall transport system, I think road infrastructure plays a very important role, particularly for Bhutan, to provide the critical linkages in absence of other mode of transport, as highlighted by the speakers before me. While economic and social benefits of the road transport is there, I think quite often the impact of the road construction itself to the environment, social as well as economics, is often debated and discussed. And while not much of an issue, of course, things are changing. Things have started changing now, but more than the harmful gases that cars produce by using the transport system, I think as a builder of roads, for us, the challenge is to how to minimize the impact on the natural landscape while building roads and to the people living nearby. I think these are some of the challenges that Department of Roads, as I said, responsible for road construction, is faced with. While we try to fulfill the primary objectives of providing safe and affordable access, I think we also need to be mindful of how sustainable you are able to do in terms of construction, operation, and maintenance of your roads. So in general, when we talk about sustainability of road infrastructure, we usually talk about the project cycle as to what goes in constructing and maintaining this road infrastructure. So to take you through these different phases of road construction, actually giving some time and importance to these different phases of a project gives you insight as to how you can actually make your road sustainable. So I think planning and design forms a basis for a very good road to be constructed. As it is said, it doesn't cost you anything to change a line on paper while you are planning. But if you have to do it later, when you are actually doing things on the ground, then I think economically, socially, and environmentally, it's going to be very expensive. So I think the time we allot and the resources we put in for planning and design of your road project becomes very critical and important. Now, the new facet that we are faced with now is the issue of climate change in the road construction. I think now climate change is there. We can feel it. Monsoon sets in quite early and recedes quite late. So meaning that now we are facing longer duration of monsoon. And as we are discussing this, I'm already receiving some report that there are road blockages along our highways. So I think because of climate change, the roads are getting blocked quite often. And this is in a way hampering the development activities and the social, the people's movement within the country. So I think it's very important that we take note of this very important and real issue of climate change, because as we have experienced, the bridges, the culverts, or the drainages that we have constructed a decade ago, which although is structurally quite sound, but these are not functionally anymore relevant because of the change in weather pattern. I think as a designer of the road, we need to take into these elements into the design. The other aspect I thought would be relevant to touch upon is the safety. Safety is given importance everywhere, and even in Bhutan, it takes some form of recognition. But I think the way things are dealt today is not formal and not organized, especially coming to the safety of roads. I think the formal way of doing things is through having every road project safety audited. I think this is the practice everywhere, and it's gaining popularity worldwide. Road safety, it's nothing but a formal examination of existing or future road or traffic project, or any project that interacts with road users, in which an independent qualified examiner reports on the road project of the accident potential or safety performance. So basically you are trying to study a road of any potential for safety hazard. So that I think we need to study, and if you can mainstream in all the projects, I think both in rural as well as in the urban roads, the safety issue can be resolved to a very large extent. Now coming to the construction phase, I think kind of technology that you choose, kind of method you choose goes a long way in determining whether what you construct is going to be sustainable. So in Bhutan's case, what we call green road technology, popularly known as environmental friendly road construction technique, has been there since early 2000. And we have brought guidelines, as well as it is a requirement under Environment Code of Practice. The representative from National Environment Commission highlighted about. It's a requirement under that code, and the construction of all the roads, particularly the highways, are supposed to be aligned to these guidelines and codes. But sadly enough, as a developing country, I think we need to strike a balance between your economic investment and the preservation of the environment. So quite often, it's the economic criteria that actually dictates what kind of road that you're going to build. So environment-friendly road construction basically talks about how to minimize damage to the environment while you are actually constructing the road. Conventionally, the idea was that your road will be better in terms of longevity and performance if it is made in the cut. I mean by cut the solid foundation. But through this concept, we are trying to say that your road need not have to be solely on the cut, but you can also have your road on the fill. So basically, you are talking about balancing the cut and fill. Now, whatever you cut, the muck that you get out of cut is thrown downhill, which is basically one of the main culprit for the damage of the environment. But through this technique, what we are actually trying to do is we are minimizing the downhill indiscriminate dumping of this muck, but use it as a fill by having a proper structure to retain filled materials. Then I think the third and the most important, but quite often is neglected activity within the whole road project cycle is the road maintenance part of it. As a human being, we have the idea of progress being associated for creating a new thing. If there is a new thing created, then we say there is progress. But if you are made to maintain something that has already been established or constructed, then you feel that you are remaining stagnant, you're not progressing. So in that sense, I think maintenance is not receiving the due recognition as it is required to be. But I think maintaining whatever you have established or constructed has multiple benefits in terms of economic benefits, in terms of environmental benefits, in terms of social benefits. Technically, I think maintenance is not an issue anywhere in the world. I think maintenance is something that is easy to be done, but the political will, I should say, when I say political will, it doesn't necessarily mean the politicians, but anybody who is in a position to take a decision for maintenance, I think should take the responsibility and fund the maintenance appropriately so that we don't land up or get ourselves involved in reconstructing what we have already constructed. So in terms of maintenance, I should say that we need to look it very critically. And if we can preserve and take care of what we have constructed, I think this will go a long way in making that structure sustainable. So with this, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorji. I think a very interesting talk about the importance of access and infrastructure that connects people and its role in development. I think what will stay with us is your last point on appreciating what we have and maintaining it if we can do that with less cost, and the importance of that. It has relevance to your talk specifically on infrastructure, but I think it has many other connotations, many wider implications. So that's something that's very good to hear as well. Thank you so much. I'd like to move on from now to the next speaker, Mr. Sonam Jamso, Executive Director of the Bhutan Taxi Association, and a very important stakeholder in connecting people within the cities, but also across cities. Sir, please share your thoughts.
Good afternoon. It is audible. Is it audible? Good afternoon, Honorable Dashu, His Excellency, and other participants. I can say that almost all the points are covered by the previous presenter, but I don't want to prolong more time by repeating it. But I want to share a few points initiated by the Bhutan Taxi Association to overcome the pollution and crowded in the cities. And what Bhutan Taxi Association is doing is that as mentioned earlier by the Director of Road Safety and Transport Authority, that daily the import of vehicle is rising, and the vehicle on the road is increasing daily, and it causes the traffic congestion. And moreover, to overcome that Bhutan Taxi Association is initiated to reform it by introducing the ranking system that even we have initiated in few areas, and we are coming up with more area where we can make a ranking system that most of the time the taxi are running here and there because searching for the passenger. And if we make a ranking system in certain strategic location, that we could at least able to clear the road, because most of the taxi will be in queue where they can run the taxi after full their capacity, then they will be on the road. And this is the initiative that Bhutan Taxi Association is taking. And even that Bhutan Taxi Association has initiated to make a ranking system for the long tour, but it is not function very good. This is why that we have changed it into the counter system, that where that passenger, the commuters can book the ticket, or either they can make a phone call and book the taxis, and they can travel through their destination. These are the initiative that Bhutan Taxi Association is taking. And moreover, that Bhutan Taxi, as the previous presenter have actually highlighted about the electric cars, even that we are encouraging more on buying the electric cars. And as mentioned by the previous presenter, that almost 300 taxi by end of 2021, it is going to be on the road. And it will also help the Bhutan to actually lower the emission. And that I don't want to prolong more the time, because everything was actually that presented by the previous presenter. Thank you.
Sonam sir, thank you for the short presentation, and you've covered almost everything that is being done already right now by the Taxi Association. So thank you for these pointers. These are good to know. I mean, for people from outside who are joining the session, I think we are looking forward to seeing electric taxis operating in Thimphu and seeing how they perform and if that scales up over time. So thank you. Thank you, sir. Requesting everyone to mute themselves. Thank you. Moving on, I think the last discussant for our session, I'd like to invite Ms. Megha Sarma, KAF, to kindly share any thoughts or any questions that you might have that you would want to share with us. Megha.
Thanks, Ashish. I just have a question. I've really learned a lot today. So I just want to know from Mr. Dorji, Mr. Sita Dorji, you have mentioned a lot of initiatives of the government. I just want to know how are these initiatives affected by the COVID pandemic? Because we have seen that most of government initiatives were affected by the pandemic. How was it affected? And do you have any best example to share with not only here, but with the region, or that you could say that this is something Bhutan could share with the rest of the countries in the region? So that is my first question. If I might, can I just ask the second question as well? Okay, thank you. The second question is to all of you all. Which country or city is from somewhere is like you all want to learn from, or any best practices or anything? Because I know that the infrastructure, everything is different in different cities, but there's always to learn. And the ICLAI KASpaces conference is about bringing people together. So on behalf of the organizers and in keeping in mind with the regional workshop, we would like to ask you which are the cities or the countries that you would like to learn from. If you could just let us know, it will be really great. Even if you cannot let us know today, you can please send us an email so that we can work on it, because our main focus is to promote a dialogue so that best practices can be shared. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I may answer your question. Yes, the COVID-19 pandemic has hit all the sector and all the corner of the world, including Bhutan. When it comes to transport sector, I did mention about government policy interventions and ongoing projects. Just to give you one example how the COVID has impacted is on the import of EV. By now, we should have 300 electric taxi on the road. We just have, under that project, we just received around 8 or 9 electric vehicles. This is all because of the COVID that it has been affected. Having said that, government has been doing whatever we can do in like installation of the charging stations when the car comes here, so that it's ready to charge. The facilities are ready. So these are one example how the government has been coping with and also the example of how the COVID has impacted. When it comes to transport services between the inter-Dzongkhag, our southern Dzongkhags are identified as a red area due to the COVID thing, and we have stopped the public transport services to the south. So how do we keep the public transport operators engaged? So we have given them the temporary route to the other districts allocated, so that they also sustained even if they don't make profit. So these are a few examples of how we have been coping with the COVID situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sitar sir. I think very useful examples. I just wanted to see if anybody wanted to highlight or share examples from other countries, cities that one could learn more about. We have one mention in the chat box talking about Gangtok city in Sikkim. So that we take note of. But if there's anything more, it's an opportunity to be able to share that. And of course, you could write back also to tell us if you have interests in knowing more about examples or initiatives at other places. But if there's anybody in the panelists or otherwise who would want to say on transport or any other areas, if we are looking for learning opportunities, it'll be good to hear from you. Okay, so I think we look forward to any further communication on this. But thank you so much for sharing with us all the points that you did in your respective talks. And overall, if we look at all of the talks that we heard in this particular session, it was very interesting and very useful to know about efforts, initiatives, thinking or planning for future activities. Even recent initiatives due to COVID. I think this has been a great session. And we understand that urban transport is an area of interest and an area of a lot of work within Bhutan. So we hope to stay connected on what all efforts are being taken and see if we can contribute in the efforts that are being taken already. So I stop for now, and thank you all of the panelists for your inputs and your suggestions, your contributions in this particular panel. I'd like to hand over the mic right now to my colleague Keshav, and we move on to the last session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ashish, for this very excellent and very useful session on sustainable transportation. I think all of our participants and organizers, we got to learn a lot of things on Bhutan and the policy perspective and best practices, what is being followed in Bhutan country on sustainable transportation. It's a great learning experience for all of us. So now moving forward, we are moving into the closing session. I want to thank all of our speakers in the previous 3 technical sessions for their excellent remarks and insightful presentations and speech note. Now we have basically, let me share my screen once. All right, so I hope you can see my screen. So in closing remarks, we would like to open again the floor for everybody. If you have any observation or comment on overall the webinar, please feel free to unmute yourself, and you can or type it in the chat box, whatever comments and observation you have. Also, you may like to share if you have any recommendation for next webinars or technical support requirement for country on Bhutan, on any of the topics that we have discussed since morning. You can also write to us for further need and technical assistance and other inquiries. We will provide you the email ID in the next slides. And also, as information to all the participants and speakers, we will prepare a formal report, outcome report of this particular webinar, highlighting the key discussion point and takeaways for each of the technical sessions, and which will be shared with all of you in the coming days. So that will be very, very useful. Now coming forward, before we request our dignitaries from the Royal University of Bhutan and RSTA to give their reflection, I would like to open the floor, and if there's anybody who want to share or give their feedback or comments, or if they have any questions to any of the speakers, please feel free to unmute and you can ask. I think everybody is tired, so without taking much due, because we are already very late, let's move into the reflections. So may I request and invite Professor Dr. Bhuv Dorji. He's a ex-president of College of Natural Resources, Royal University of Bhutan. May I request you, sir, to kindly share your opinion and feedback and reflections of the whole webinar this morning. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Keshav. Your Excellency Lembu and Tashu Perjodoji, the organizers, panelists, facilitators, and presenters, and all the participants. I would like to thank the organizers, KASA and ICLEI, for giving me this opportunity to say the final word or reflect on the webinar today. I would also like to thank all the presenters and panelists for making the sessions very informative and for their very informative and enriching presentations. It has, for me, as a person who don't have much to do with urban development, it has been a lot of learning, new informations and new ideas about urban development. Today, I think we had presentations, several presentations covering the urban planning, sustainable transport system, local governance, sustainable behavior, climate change and its impact on urban development, and food security, and finally tourism and how it is impacted by climate change. Well, there are so many presentations. The common thread that I could draw from all this presentation is that building sustainable cities and livable cities is very important. And therefore, I think it has been already reflected in the national key result areas and the national 5-year plans. Another important trait is that urbanization is increasing. And while urbanization is increasing, urbanization is inevitable. But I think we also have to look at whether we can provide enough space, facilities, infrastructures to enable the urban dwellers to have a good livelihood and living standard. The urbanization has many related issues, especially congestion, pollution, and issues in some terms of service delivery. And and this already existing issues related to sustainable urban development is now compounded by the issue of the impact of climate change and also the pandemic that has come and then disrupted the normal lives in all over the world. So I think we need to also take into consideration the climate change impact on cities and their sustainability. We also saw that throughout all the presentations have, there are several policies, plans, and initiatives being taken by the government and the private sector and the civil society organizations. But I think, as one of the presenters said, a couple of presenters said, there is a need for coordination among the various stakeholders. Currently, many of the organizations, well, they have plans and projects and initiatives. Most of them work in silos, and therefore, I think coordination among the stakeholders is very important. Several issues, constraints, and challenges have been also mentioned. And I think on the whole, I think the if we look at the objectives that were outlined in the morning by Mr. Imani Kumar, I think the objectives are more or less fulfilled because I think we have covered most of the things that are there in the objectives. Among all this, I would like to also highlight or pick on 4 things. One is sustainable behavior, as mentioned by one of my colleagues. I think ultimately, whatever we plan, whatever we do, actually depends on the people, how the people are able to cope with, how people are able to, how educated are people, their civic sense, and all. Because I think, as one presenter in the morning said, I think a city is not made by concrete and buildings and all, but is made of people. So I think what happens to the city and how the city develops and how the city is maintained and managed will depend very much on the people who live there. Another issue that has not found mention throughout this all the presentation is the urban water supply. With the increasing population and also the climate change, I think the cities are increasingly going to face problems with water supply. I think even now, Thimphu and many of the urban areas are facing water supply problems. So water supply to all the cities and urban areas are sourced from springs, and there are increasing incidents of springs drying up, and therefore I think that is going to impact water supply in the future. Another issue that has not been mentioned is the waste management. I think we all know in all over the world, and especially in Bhutan, waste management is a big problem, especially in urban areas. With the increasing population, increasing waste are expected to be produced, and currently we don't have proper waste management system. Currently, all the waste that is produced land up in the landfill, and there is no proper recycling and waste management. So I think these are some of the issues that may need to be also tackled when we talk about sustainable urban development. As Honorable Limbu said in the morning, sustainable urban development in Bhutan is at the crossroad. And I hope that, well, today's webinar is mainly on urban development in Bhutan, but I also would like to also hear from other countries and other regions and areas how the best practices and how they are dealing with sustainable urban development. So that would be learning for us as well. And I hope the participants and all the have got a very good overview of sustainable urban development in Bhutan, their status, problems, issues, challenges, and plans and policies, and therefore contribute to their understanding of sustainable urban development in Bhutan. To me, I think this is the first series of the webinar, and it's just a beginning. And I hope this kind of seminar will also continue, and so that we can learn from each other. And there is knowledge is one thing, but implementation is another thing. So they also always say the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So ultimately, whatever we talk about, whatever policies, plans we make have to be implemented. Otherwise, then everything goes to waste. So therefore, I think we need to form a partnership, and we also need to support each other in terms of developing the urban areas into sustainable places for people to live decently and in a sustainable manner. So lastly, once again, I would like to thank the KAS and ICLEI for organizing this webinar for us, and also giving me this opportunity. Thank you, and touch the line.
Thank you very much, Dr. Phukdorji, for your excellent summarization of the whole day, and also sharing your own personal thoughts and ideas. And yes, indeed, the word implementation is extremely crucial. Whatever we have discussed, it's a time that we have to move ahead and focus on the implementation of all the best practices and strategies and action that we discussed. Now, moving forward, we have Mr. Leki Choda. He's another very young, very popular planning officer in RSTA, Ministry of Information and Communication. I would like to request him to kindly share his own reflections of the day. Over to you, Mr. Leki.
Thank you, Keshav. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Your Excellency, Your Excellencies, Tashus, and ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my privilege to share my reflections on a day of webinar organized by KAS and ICLEI South Asia. Addressed by the highest honor of Honorable Minister of Works and Human Settlement and an exemplary environmentalist, Tashupelju Doji, this webinar indeed covered urgent issues and important topics that have direct link to our sustainable developments. Ranging from the global commitments to national goals, the topic of discussions touched upon all aspects of sustainable development goals, such as sustainable urban development and internal migration, with magnified focus on making the cities climate resilient, livable, people-centric, and healthy. The intriguing question on whether urbanization is caused by migration or internal migration has resulted into urbanization derives all our thoughts and can be a subject of wide discussion. Family move, education, and employment are portrayed to be one of causes of urbanization and migration, which undoubtedly demands strategic regional and local development planning for equitable development in the country. While losing community vitality, cultural values, improving living standards, challenging mobility, unhealthy lifestyles, environment degradation, and deteriorating air quality are challenges caused by increasing urbanization and migration. Policy harmonization to address such problems can be one good option, if not the best, to tackle the challenges more collaboratively through common efforts. Bhutan's constitutional mandate to maintain 60% of land under forest cover for all time to come always acts as a higher calling for Bhutan's unending energy and determination to strive towards making the country's development plans and programs more climate resilient and sustainable. It has ultimately paved a clear path in coming up with several strategic documents to combat climate change and embrace sustainable development. The link between rural and urban areas need to be understood clearly while we talk and discuss about making the urban development climate resilient. The vivid explanations on the rural-urban linkage for urban climate resilience enlighten one's limited knowledge of mind on this subject of urbanization. In the final technical session, discussing about a very widely discussed subject of sustainable transport was indeed worth keeping at the end as an overall wrapper of the entire subjects of this webinar. This is because sustainable transport system cuts across all the subjects of sustainable development, such as urban climate resilience, internal migration, and sustainable urban development. While numerous initiatives and interventions are put in place to make the transport system in the country sustainable, the need to improve public transport system, enhance urban public transport system, promote eco-friendly vehicles, introduce mass transit system, improve non-motorized transportation system, embrace intelligent transport system, electric freight transport, and explore other modes of mass transit systems remains as major areas of focus to achieve the goal of sustainable transport system in Bhutan's pride in remaining carbon negative and our international commitment to remain carbon neutral is derived from our visionary leadership of our dynamic monarchs, unique political leadership, critical decisions and sacrifices made in starting the immediate developmental activities. Ultimately, environment conservation as one of the 4 pillars of gross national happiness demands every Bhutanese citizens to infuse climate actions in anything we do for the king, country, and people of Bhutan. This in itself can be what we call sustainable behavior. Last note, a big thanks to ICLEI local government for Sustainability South Asia and the Conrad Adenauer Foundation, KAF, Singapore for jointly organizing this very important and useful KASpace Bhutan webinar. It is your leadership and commitment to provide a platform for knowledge exchange and best practices on sustainable urban development, which will yield significant results in the years to come. I count on KAF and ICLEI South Asia leadership to continue to support Bhutan and its cities and subnational authorities in building their technical capacity and understanding to truly become a safe, inclusive, and sustainable cities. I also encourage Bhutan cities and concerned stakeholders to scale up their ambitions and efforts towards urban sustainability and sustainable transport, as cities are where the battle of climate change and several other urban challenges will be lost or won. Thank you once more and touch the line.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leki Choda, for your excellent remarks and opinion and thoughts. It's very good thoughts, and we really appreciate your observation and remarks. So again, I would like to formally thank both of our presenters in session, Dr. Phub Dorji and Mr. Leki Choda, for your reflection. May I request people to mute them? All right. So now moving forward, I want to thank all the speakers since morning for your excellent remarks and insightful presentation and speech on respective topics. May I, on behalf of ICLEI South Asia and Conrad Adenauer Foundation, Singapore, may I also request Ms. Megha Sarma to say a few words in the closing session.
Thank you, Keshav.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you to everyone for attending this session, and also to all the speakers for presenting. It was really very insightful. And for KAS, for us, it's a very new step, and we are very grateful to ICLEI that they have helped us to come this far. And we just hope that this is the first for the many steps ahead that we will take with you. We are having another conference with ICLEI very soon in Bhutan, which again I'm sure Keshav and the team will be sharing details soon, but it'll be on education under the next project line of KASpaces, and I hope to see you all again there. But again, thank you so much again. And I just want to let you know that I think every country has similar problems. Like I'm staying in Singapore, and you're talking about e-scooters. While you're talking about e-scooters, when Singapore e-scooters has become a big issue, and I can see the common problems, and we are really glad that we can bring together different countries to talk about these problems and how you can avoid it. So we just hope that this is the first of many dialogues among KASpaces and you all, and among other programs of KAS. If you would like to connect with me, please do so. It's our website is there, and my email is there. And again, of course, Keshav is always there. You can always ask my email from him. We are really looking forward to having you all in the regional conference, as well as I would like to extend our invite to the next conference in Bhutan, which I'm sure Keshav will also inform you. And thank you to Keshav, to Subuhi, to Imani, and the entire team, Ashish. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed it. And thank you again to everyone. We're really looking forward to meeting you all again. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Megha and Mr. Christian Ashley, for your leadership and strong commitment to support countries in their sustainable development initiatives and endeavors. It's great to have KF support as well to provide a platform to have this kind of discussion and engagement with all the key stakeholders. It's a very great important initiative. Another thing, again, like I want to thank all the presenters and overall government of Bhutan and University of Bhutan and also RSTA for their strong support in organizing and coordinating this particular meeting. On the concluding remarks, I want to update all of you that, like Megha said, we are planning another workshop very soon on education. We will get back to you soon with all of you with the details. So you may, based on your availability and convenience, you may also like to join that particular session. And also, like I said initially, for this particular webinar, we will prepare a detailed outcome report with the key highlights of each discussion sessions. Technical session, we will circulate to all of our participants. We have your email addresses. We will send it to all of you, and so you can then take it forward, take it for your record. So again, thank you very much for your great participation and staying through all till the end. And we wish you a great best, good success in all of your individual endeavors, and look forward to interact and collaborate again in future. Thank you very much. Take care.